Hey guys, I hope you're doing well. I'm gonna do a reading for all of the signs and kind of just check in on your current energies and see what is important that wants to come through or be highlighted in terms of important messages for you. My energy is still a little bit not at its norm due to jet laggy things, so I'm gonna pre-record this, all signs, just because I don't know if I would have the power to push through alive. But yeah, we're gonna start with Aries and go all the way through to Pisces as we do, and just take a look at the energies and kind of leave it pretty open for just the most important messages to come through. So I don't read for a particular placement. You can watch any sign or energy that you feel called towards, and there will be timestamps in the pinned comment down below, as well as the info box if you want to just jump right to wherever you want to go. I'm also going to be doing a sale on 15-minute readings through my Etsy, so watch the communities tab for that, or there's a link to my Etsy shop in the info box below if you're interested in checking that out. Okay, so I think that will be today or tomorrow that's going to start. So yes, I hope you guys are doing well, and we are going to just get into it with Aries. So I'm just going to pull a Lenormand card to see what kind of area of your life or your journey wants to be highlighted in this reading. You could be feeling a lot of intensity right now. The full moon that we're having, basically right as I'm recording this, is happening in your sign. Okay, so the tower in the Lenormand means something different than it does in the tarot. In Lenormand, it talks about institutions and structures, basically like things that have expansive networks of people. So it could be government, military, the justice system, schools, hospitals. I don't know. It talks about the firm foundations that you build your life on, like the structures that are counted on to keep things really in order, you could say. This can talk about like what you give authority in your life. And it can also talk about what you give authority within yourself, like your own integrity, your own ambition, your ego, your self-esteem, the limits that you place on yourself maybe, or how separate you keep yourself from certain things or others. But it basically talks about structures that contain networks that create the foundation of our lives. So something within that bracket might be highlighted right now. Okay. I'm gonna pull the tarot cards and see what I feel like clarifying. So let's see what's going on. Show me Aries energy at this time. Let's see. Okay, Temperance and the Empress in reverse. Well, yeah, there's definitely a lot shifting, or there's a lot of energetic influence. These are both major arcana cards connected to Venus and Sagittarius. For some of you, this has to do with like a physical distance from something or someone that you value. But it feels like you're finding an internal state of harmony but there's something that you're having to go through to create it. And the process feels a little bit, like it could feel a little bit heavy. It's almost like the road to peace is paved with well, there's light and darkness along the path. This is like a shadow element of you, it feels like, that you've given authority over yourself for some time. And it feels like it has something to do with you not seeing your own self-worth, or you not embodying the receptive qualities, the openness of the Empress. So it's almost like being shut down to expansion. But this is you not seeing how abundant you truly are. Not having to prove it, not having to go out and grind for it, but just through your essence and through being it. So it feels almost like you're moving through this, and it kind of is like an internal restructuring is what that's coming through as, in the name of balance and harmony and peace. It's almost like digging up the floorboards, because you want to put down new ground. You want a new foundation. You want to walk on something other than the Empress in reverse. You want to put a different foot forward, or embody a different energy, or have a different belief about yourself that informs the choices that you're making, basically. So that's pretty, it's pretty deep. I love it though. Okay, let's put this here. Actually, this is kind of the now, so we'll leave it here. Okay, it's a bit like a challenge or a lesson that you could be working through at this time too. This is also an energy of holding a lot of grace and compassion for yourself in the places where you have been maybe very like critical, or you've internalized other people's criticism or expectations of you or ideas. I don't know. There's something that you're moving through though, and you're finding peace beneath it. The Four of Cups in reverse. Why do two cards keep coming out for each? Four of Cups in reverse and the Eight of Swords. You've gotten used to selling yourself short in some sort of way because you were believing this about yourself. And it created like a rut, a series of disappointing but somewhat familiar feeling circumstances or relationships or experiences. But whatever the case may be, it feels like a cycle in your life that you kind of got stuck in. Yeah. Look at that, a cycle, Wheel of Fortune at the bottom of the deck that you got stuck in. And while you were comfortable there to a degree, even though I feel like it was just, again, not fulfilling, it was a place where you could be and feel somewhat safe. It's like the unknown outside of that felt scary in a way. Probably because you didn't believe that you deserved more. So the challenge or the lesson that you're learning is helping you move out of that, but you're having to face your fears to realize that you are worthy of more and you want more. Yeah. That's so beautiful. Okay, let's see. Let's see what else wants to come out. I'm going to get a little more context around you, like the past and what's coming in the near future. And I'll get you some advice. Okay, that's the past, the Page of Coins. Yeah. There's something here that has been kind of sour, but in the recent past here, you were making lemonade out of these lemons. So it's like you created an opportunity from something that was sour or disappointing. Sorry. This is what that feels like. What was disappointing? I want to pull an oracle card for that. What are the lemons representing here? Almost feeling like you're surrounded by disappointing situations, or just situations that, no, they're not aligned. They don't taste good. They don't make you feel good. Enthusiasm and the well. You've gained confidence through insight, but that's because you were seeking the truth time and time again. There's some sort of like accumulated knowledge here. That doesn't feel negative to me though. I see you being excited to share some knowing that you have. Maybe even as you're still integrating learning that. Because a part of you is inspired by whatever you're doing with this energy of the past, that like they're not even telling me what it was, because it's like it doesn't really matter anymore. You've alchemized it. You've changed its form. It's not just like sour lemons anymore. It's going to be lemonade, right? Because of how you approached that energy and what you chose to do with it and which parts you chose to hold on to, etc. That is what shifted that. So it's like you're really not meant to focus on what it used to be, because you just be bringing old energy into this new form, if that makes sense. But yeah, in the recent past, I see you choosing to use a culmination of knowledge that you've gained to create an opportunity for yourself that makes it all worth something. It's like you're putting it into something inspiring and something creative, I feel. Let's see what's coming in the near future. This is like back to the drawing board energy as well, but you're going back to the drawing board with information and wisdom you didn't have before something. So maybe you had to learn it the hard way, whatever you learned. Or it stung a little bit, whatever this lesson was. But now you have that wisdom and you're approaching something with new energy and a new outlook because of that. The near future is the Two of Coins. So you'll have a choice. You'll have a choice to make here. And I feel like it's depending on what choice you make, you'll be moving or traveling in two very different directions. I want to see like what those two directions are. So I'm going to clarify each coin and see if we can get more information on that. But in the near future, yeah, you're going to have a tangible decision to make, is what this is saying. There's really strong earth energy here. Okay, well, that's cool. So one of the coins, or one of the options with this choice, is going to lead you to paradise, which says happiness, expansion, joy, playfulness, oneness, and enjoying each other. For some of you, this has to do with another person or a relationship as well, but it doesn't have to. So that's one option. And then what would be the direction, whoa, of the other option? Receiving what you need, progression, arriving, moving on, closure, issues, unconditionally loving, giving and receiving affection, and falling in love. It kind of feels like you have two good options here. Like either way, you are receiving what you're worth and what you need. So I don't feel like you can actually choose wrong here, because you've ascended, and it's almost, they're highlighting in the near future, you'll be aligned with yourself in the Empress energy, flipped upright. In other words, you're starting to see through this illusion now. This is the structure you're rebuilding, and the implications that has on your life are like infinite. That changes literally everything. Your whole experience will change because of that shift that you're making, which is beautiful. So they're highlighting that even options that come in, it's not like one is going to be toxic or like a test or bad, and one's going to be good. You can't choose wrong. So you don't need to be anxious, is what I feel is being said here. Either way, you receive what you need. Either way, what you deserve comes to you. Okay, let's get you a little bit of advice and then let you go, Aries. Let's see. Okay. Okay, what does this say? The Knight of Wands in reverse, the Ace of Cups in reverse, and the High Priestess in reverse. This is very specific. There's something that you're connected to that feels very unstable and not rooted in love. I don't know what that is. That could be a person. It could very well be a person. They could have fire prominently in their chart as well. They don't have to, but this is giving inconsistent, dysregulated, unreliable, you really can't trust this energy. But there's something you know here. There's something that is not a mystery to you at all. It feels like at this point it's very black and white. Maybe it wasn't always. But there's something that you are seeing is very much not rooted in love, or not coming from a space of wanting the best for you or being the best thing for you. What's the best approach to this? Because this is your advice. So they're saying this is going to be, for some reason, this is relevant. So let's see. It kind of feels like something vying for your attention, though, a little bit. But it's not coming from a great place, and it's coming at you expecting the old you, like the way you used to show up. So this could be something or someone that did not see your worth, or did not like honor you in some way. It's kind of like they fed off your insecurity if this is a person. Anything else for the advice for Aries? Wow. Freedom. Yeah. Just be free of it. You can let it go. I'm hearing it's over now. I think that whatever this was, it was a growing opportunity, but it was not something that was meant to take deeper root in your life. But if this Knight of Wands in reverse is talking about just you, then there's a need to keep yourself accountable and understand what is freedom, what is liberation that is coming from a place of authentic expression and embodiment and sovereignty and genuinely loving and accepting yourself, and what is coming from a place of nothing can tie me down, nothing can hold me down. I'm going to prove that I can do whatever I want, whenever I want, however I want, and it doesn't matter who gets hurt in the process, me or others. There's something that you're seeing clearly, and it could be a side effect of seeing yourself this way in the past, right? Maybe there's a way that extended to how you treated others, and you're wanting to show up in a more defined and consistent way, while it feels like not sacrificing any, excuse me, not sacrificing any of yourself, just maybe expressing yourself in a slightly different way, where you can still channel your passion into something, but it doesn't have to feel like erratic or destabilizing. It's a new way to be free that you're meant to kind of like look out for if that's just about you. And it's something that you're going to be seeing very clearly, that you were acting maybe in such a way, but it wasn't coming from a space of love. And it was because you weren't fully loving yourself. So yeah, that feels like that's a cycle that you're going to be breaking out of, or a pattern that you're breaking, whether it has to do with the way that you used to deal with other people, or what you would accept from other people in relationships, or whether, like I said, this is more so with yourself. But that's what I see, Aries. So I think I'm going to leave your message there and move on to Taurus. Okay, hey Taurus. What's up? Let's see what's going on with you. Got Miss Loons here with me. Okay. Let's see what's going on for Taurus. What wants to be highlighted at this time for Taurus to take note of? Let's see what's happening around you. There you are. The Hermit. Okay. So you're coming out in the energy of the Hermit right now. And then I don't know why, but I felt like pulling your challenge or lesson at the same time. So this could be something you're kind of in the thick of working through right now. This specific challenge or lesson, like you're in the middle of it maybe. And it's the 10 of Wands and the 7 of Pentacles in reverse. Okay. This to me feels like a heavy investment, like something that you poured a lot into, or you put a lot of yourself into, and it feels like it's something that you are letting go or you're releasing, and there's a struggle around that, is what that feels like to me. But something about this is teaching you a lot, or there's an energy of introspection or being very reflective at this time. And it's teaching you a lot about your journey and where you want to go next, I heard. So let's see. Tell me about the Ten of Wands. The Ten of Wands. Grace. It says adornment, bring out the beauty, elegance, the outer as a reflection of the inner, vanity, charisma, and self-expression. And tell me about the Seven of Pentacles in reverse. Okay. So this is something, it feels like this is a relationship that you gave a lot of grace to. So this could be someone that you're in a solo energy right now, but it feels like you were in recently, like something that felt like a heavy union or investment. You chose to be unconditionally loving towards something that it feels like did not give back to you. And so eventually the weight of all of that, like grace that you kept on giving someone who it feels like just didn't do anything with it or didn't do anything different, even though they were offered this again and again. It feels like you're releasing that because it doesn't reflect your internal state or how you feel about yourself, but it is a form of self-expression, because the people that we choose to have relationships with, that does reflect directly back on us and say something about who we are as well, right? There's something about you realizing, and you're kind of struggling with it, but you're doing it, and it feels pretty deep. Yeah, could have been a karmic-y, heavy sort of relationship where it was triggering, or there was resentment or lessons. Hi, Luna. Hi. Something like that. And it just feels like it was a lot. Okay. I'm going to look at the past and then what's coming in the near future as well. And get you some advice, but yeah, this is interesting. You could feel kind of like cut off or isolated at this time, but I think it's by choice. Like there's distance, there's like a distance or a bubble between you and, I don't know, like the world around you at this time. It's because you're integrating something that's pretty deep. So what is in Taurian's recent past? What's in Taurian's recent past? Judgment in reverse and the Ten of Pentacles in reverse. Well, that is disappointing. Yeah, I would also cut that off. Yeah. Again, it's just this energy of like giving and giving and giving to something that had the promise of being everything. And then there's no, like, it never reconciles. Like something never reaches completion. You never get there. You keep like pouring money into the project and the project keeps like extending. Or you keep giving and giving to a relationship and someone's not learning or evolving alongside you. I don't know. This is something that just, it feels like it took a lot and it kept you kind of stagnant. I see that you'd made some sort of choice, like to be, almost to be at peace with something or to approach something peacefully. But that got to a point where it actually felt heavy. So yeah, you're still in the process of letting this go. But there's a lot of weight, especially there's a lot of energetic weight here. It feels like you're grounding. It's like you're putting your own independent roots down, not connected to certain things anymore. It's coming in the near future. It's in the near future for Taurus. She wants my attention. Let me see. I'll give you attention after I pull this card. The Eight of Swords and the Queen of Wands. There's a fear of being seen. This is you, and it's a very different vibe from the Hermit. It's like all cloaked up and covered and, you know, very internal again, like giving nothing away, like in the depths of oneself, isolated and but comfortable there. The Queen of Wands is kind of the opposite, like confident external expression of unapologetic embodiment in an inspired state of flow, but very much like putting energy out and magnetizing energy back towards her. So it's almost like the direction that you've been going or how far you've been going into yourself. I see in the near future an opportunity for you to flip that and put something out, put a part of yourself out there in a way that you are slightly uncomfortable doing, I want to say. There's some sort of fear around getting a certain type of attention, I want to say. There's something there. I need to explore that more. What kind of attention are you afraid of getting? What kind of attention is Taurus afraid to get? Or what? Yeah, I'm going to ask that first. Let's see. What kind of attention is Taurus fearing here? The Knight in reverse. Allegiance to a destructive ruler or principle, romantic delusions. The Knight in reverse, it's like something that is meant to take you somewhere, because the Knights are all about action, that actually misleads you because they don't have good intentions, because they're not connected to their heart, or they're not emotionally available. And the Queen of Wands does attract a lot of energy like this, that is like, wants her attention, but doesn't want to be intentional with her about moving like in a direction that she's actually worthy of, right? Or like reciprocating the energy in some sort of way that benefits her in return, that isn't just like feeding off of her light. So you could have dealt with people in the past when you put yourself out there more so, when you allowed yourself to shine more. I think that there's some sort of an energy that you equate to being negative. And it's almost like you're seeing perhaps that in the past you may have committed to this type of thing and it was very destructive for you. That could be what this is about here. You could have been in allegiance to some sort of destructive kind of heavy and draining thing here, is what I want to say. Okay. is there a part of you that you're also afraid to let shine? And if so, like, what is that part of the self? Okay, the athlete, the gambler, and God. Wow, it's quite a combo. Okay, the athlete, a dedication to transcending physical limits, including handicaps, the development of personal willpower and strength of spirit, a willingness to follow your intuition even when others doubt you, and then benevolence and compassion, recognizing the eternal force within yourself and others. Wow. This is stepping into your power, your full strength of spirit, trusting yourself enough to do that and shine because you see the divinity within yourself. And you know that you're coming from a place of being attuned and in your heart and connected in the ways that you want to be. And part of that has to do with you not, when you're stepping into your power, you can't really be in close relation with things that are disempowering or things that like deteriorate at your energy, right? But it's saying that there's a fear that you have of embodying these energies as well. So that could have also in the past caused you to play small and accept things into your life that were not truly in alignment with like the life that you wish to build, or you know, what you bring to the table. Something here was not a reflection accurately of that. And I feel like this is the truth that's sinking in here that you're integrating, and then there are some difficult choices you're making. I feel like they're easier though, the more you kind of see with clarity, it's easier to make these choices. But then there's also this fear, like, if I make these choices and release myself from these things, the way forward is to shine and be in my power. And there's like a nervousness or a fear that's coming up with that as well. So let's see what your advice is. What's Torian's advice around all of this? Just take it slow. Just take it slow and don't look back. Whatever this was, it wasn't aligned with you. And you didn't lose it. You found yourself and moved on to things that align with your more evolved, embodied, authentic self. And these things just didn't or don't, right? So it's not personal. But yeah, with the Knight of Pentacles, it's trusting the way forward, not looking back. See how all of these are looking in this direction? All of your archetypes are looking forward. And the thing is, you can explore different patterns and choices that you made back here and integrate that wisdom without focusing on the people or the situations themselves, or getting sucked back into that. But yeah, the advice is really just like, take it one step at a time. But with the Knight of Pentacles, trust that you are headed in the right direction. You're attuned more and more to your sovereign energy, your spirit, your divinity. And I feel like trusting your own instincts and intuition more as you gain insight. And you're moving differently because of it. And it's really nice. But yeah, if fear, I feel like, is natural, and it's okay to take it slow. Like, courage is not like fear not existing. It's just you being brave enough to do the thing, even though you are scared. So just take it at whatever pace you feel feels good for you and allows you to stay in this energy, grounded in your new norm, which feels much lighter and brighter than whatever it is you're moving out of, okay? That's what I see for you, Taurus. So we're gonna move on now to Gemini. But I love you so much. I appreciate you being here. And I hope you're doing well. Okay. Let's see what Gemini needs to see. Hey, Gems. Hope you guys are doing good. So let's see. Let's get a Lenormand card and see kind of like what area of your life. I don't know, I'm feeling called to do that. What area of your life we're going to be looking into. Let's see. It needs to be highlighted for Gemini. Okay, the mountain. Cloud is at the bottom. That's interesting. Taurus just had the clouds. So that could be significant. Maybe you have Taurus somewhere in your chart or you're dealing with a Taurus in some sort of way. So the mountain talks about a difficult energy or situation that needs to be overcome, essentially. It could signify a border, an obstacle, a barrier, even like a protection mechanism put into place by you yourself, but it's something that stops or slows down what you're trying to achieve ultimately. It can also indicate something just not arriving on time, like being delayed, or there's a hardship in the progress along a specific path. So with the mountain, there's some sort of challenge, delay, distance, coldness, even like resistance or procrastination, stagnancy or restriction that could be coming from internal, like from stubbornness, from personal stubbornness that is surrounding this card. So let's see. Let's get your tarot cards down and see what's going on with that. I'm going to pull one of these too. Just want to see how you're approaching or engaging with this difficult circumstance here. Just one. How is Gemini currently approaching the situation? Just one. Okay. Skill at navigating through different levels of consciousness and the ability to see the potential in everything. It's the shapeshifter card. The shadow attributes are projecting any image that serves your personal agenda in the moment. Okay. So that's a pretty Gemini-esque energy, to be honest. It's the ability to navigate through, like, use your perceptive mind and your mutable air energy to perceive different levels of consciousness, to navigate, to see the potential in anything, in any circumstance, in any direction. And then kind of shape shift into what you need to be to succeed in that, whatever that is. But why is this kind of coming through as like, it feels kind of like survival mode though. Can you clarify this please for me? Tell me more about Gemini's energy. Okay, the Page of Wands, the Queen of Pentacles, and the Ten of Wands. Yeah, it's almost like you weren't expecting this difficulty, whatever this was. The Page of Wands, there's this energy of hopefulness, creativity, like setting off on a new adventure, being excited, lit up, inspired, turned on by it. The Queen of Pentacles is someone who knows their own worth and they know what a solid investment looks like. So they trust generally their own judgment on that. Like they know what adds to and enriches their life and they know what takes away from it. It feels like you were moving towards something that you thought was that and ended up being the Mountain and the Ten of Wands. So you almost had to shape shift, or you had to shift gears into something to deal with a situation that I feel like you weren't expecting. That's kind of what I'm seeing here. So I don't know what you shape shifted in from this, from the Page of Wands and the Queen of Pentacles, but I feel like it would have been something, or you're currently shape-shifting into something that allows you to deal with a situation that essentially you didn't see coming. Or you didn't, maybe you underestimated how difficult something would be or how challenging something would be. What is the greatest challenge or lesson surrounding this for Gemini right now? Yeah, this is almost the energy of like, what did I get myself into? Death. That'll do it. That'll make you feel like, what did I get myself into? Yeah, so it's almost like you were looking at something like, this is going to be a walk in the park. Like, I'm hopeful. This is going to feel good. This is going to inspire me. It's going to support me, enrich my life, bring in maybe stability even. And then you got hit with something that was energetically burdensome, challenging, difficult, or it either was bringing those things to you externally, like there's an external burden here in a situation or a relationship, or else this is something that catalyzed that internal resistance within you. But either way, it has created an opportunity for a massive shift to take place. This is Scorpionic energy with death. And it is a dying of one way so that a new way can be born. And it is a level of expansion that's coming out of that. So every time you go through this death and rebirth process, you become more of your potential. You become more empowered, more sovereign over yourself. But this is the greatest challenge or lesson. There's something coming through about it is what it is, letting something be what it will be or what it is, not feeling like you need to morph or shift to match something, but you can just observe it as it changes you, or as you change in response to something is what I'm getting from that. But yes, the death is a pretty deep process. So that's the challenge or the lesson that you're going through right now. There was definitely something, a pearl that wanted to be formed here, but through tension, through grit, through a level of resistance and discomfort, So what happened in the recent past? Nope. A whole lot of cards keep wanting to fall out for you. So maybe there's a lot to this situation. I mean, I can see that there's a lot of layers to it and a lot of depth to it, as well as a lot of like resistance and tension. I feel like both internally and externally surrounding you. So yeah, I do feel like this is a complex situation. So if I'm just kind of scraping the surface of it in this reading, know that like I'm aware there's a lot more to it. I'm sure you are too, but we can only kind of, you know, touch on so much. But I do see that this is a pretty profound lesson that you're learning. Something is having a profound impact on you, and it's through being challenged in ways that you did not expect to be challenged, both internally and externally. In the recent past was the 9 of Wands, and now you're in the 10. Okay, so there's a natural energetic progression taking place here. So in the recent past with that 9 of Wands, that's the energy of the wounded warrior. It's like, I've put a lot of energy and effort into something and I'm gonna keep going. It's like I've run 95% of the marathon and I just turned the last corner and I can see the finish line, but my legs are so freaking tired. You've already put enough in. You've got enough devotion and tenacity that you're going to push through to the end, but it doesn't make that end portion any easier to complete. You know what I mean? So there's a phase of density where you were moving through something and you were really applying yourself to it here in the recent past. I want to know more about that. I want to know more about what this is that feels so incredibly heavy. Let's just see. Can you tell me more about this 9 of Wands energy in the recent past for Gemini? What contributed to that? There could also be some shadow work that you're doing right now that kind of took you off guard, because I'm seeing you being in this quite like stable, consistent, self-aware and hopeful, kind of like light energy. And then all of a sudden you're shape-shifting through different levels of consciousness and shadow, and there's like challenges and difficulties ahead of you, and you're thrust into this huge transformative process that feels intense. So I think that suddenly, again, where you weren't expecting, there are things that are being shown to you in many ways about yourself that are having a very profound impact or influence on your being as you move through them. Haunted, bravery, awareness, manifestation, and wisdom. There's something that was manifested here, but then it also almost felt like, because of the level of self-awareness and bravery and applied wisdom that whatever this opportunity required, it almost felt like both a blessing and a curse. I feel like in the past, you were aware that this is something you manifested, but also of everything that it would ask of you. And that made it feel at some points like you were actually haunted by the very thing that you had manifested or asked for. Does that make sense? I want to see what's coming up in the near future here. There's an energy, kind of a sense of like not knowing what you were getting yourself into. And I don't know if you would have chosen different necessarily, but you definitely got more than you bargained for here with whatever this is. And it's yet to give you more. The Empress in reverse, the Lovers at the bottom of the deck, the Moon. The Empress in reverse. Why the Empress in reverse? The Empress in reverse is an energy of not really being super open and receptive. So you might be in more of a get shit done or more of a masculine or assertive or even aggressive energy in the near future here. There could be a situation that takes you out of your more sensual, intuitive, or emotional being. The King of Pentacles and the Nine of Cups. So there's the King and Queen of Pentacles. Wow. Okay. What's that all about? So there's a pair that's well matched here. And there's also the Lovers at the bottom of the deck. So for some of you, this is about a connection with someone that was really meant to show you something here and catalyze a significant shift in you. I want to know what the Empress in reverse is, though. Be hot, have fun, and stay true to yourself because people will villainize you regardless. I kind of feel like this is you determining your own sense of worth and kind of like outlining or sharpening the image you have of yourself in your own mind so that no one else can erase that. No one else can take away the worthiness or the value that you place on yourself. Something may have tested that in this past situation, but I'm seeing you up leveling from the Queen of Pentacles to the King. The only thing is here with the King of Pentacles and the Nine of Cups, this is a very fulfilled and abundant energy. And I'm seeing you kind of saying that you don't care what other people's expectations of you are. It's almost like I've decided to make even less sense to people who would never understand me or people who were misunderstanding me on purpose. If someone wants to villainize you or see you a certain way, then they're going to find ways to justify that, and you can't control that. All you can do is be your best self and be true to you, your own integrity, your own character, your own value. So I see you doing that, and I feel like it's pushing you into a very abundant state. What I feel like the Empress in reverse is that there's a warning that this very abundant energy can attract a lot that wants to potentially take. So I think that the Empress in reverse is you might have a moment in the near future where you kind of, because this is somewhat of a new, something that you've newly transitioned into, is more of an awareness of how fulfilled you actually are individually, how abundant, grounded, rooted, and capable you are of taking care of yourself and loving yourself, and how you don't need validation or justification from outside of yourself here. A lot of energies are attracted to that, and they have different intentions. So the Empress in reverse, there might be a moment where you kind of question or you falter here a little bit or something almost. I'm seeing it kind of as like a moment of, what do they call that again? It's like being elevated and questioning whether you are the right person for the job. Being like, who am I to sit on this throne? Who am I to have all of this abundance? And it's kind of coming through as like a slight discomfort in receiving, even though all of these really good things are being offered to you. So I'm kind of seeing this as you on like Bambi legs, a little bit shaky, taking your first steps into the energy of the Empress. So you're just really up leveling here. The Queen of Pentacles, the King of Pentacles, the Empress. You're not finished fully stepping into that energy. It's something that's still blooming and developing or maturing, I think. or you're just getting to be more comfortable in that recognition of what you deserve and kind of the foundation or environment that you belong in, one that is emotionally and physically satisfying and nurturing to you, one that feels good, one that doesn't have to feel straining all the time. But there's something here about you maybe having a moment of doubt, or maybe somebody's projections come up as like a final test, or you have a moment where you falter. If someone is villainizing you or making you feel like, who are you to, like a little bit of imposter syndrome kind of thing propping up there. Let's see what your advice is. I see you pushing through it though. I see you kind of having a pep talk with yourself and being like, all I can do is stay in my lane and do me. Like, all that I really have control over is myself. I can't control other people's perceptions of me, and I don't owe anybody an explanation. As long as I'm not being a dick, right? And I'm not hurting anyone, then I can take care of myself, express and embody myself however I see fit. And nobody else's opinion really matters ultimately. So yeah, it's just something that you're still kind of getting used to, I feel like, being assured and confident in that state. So you might still be adjusting and aligning with that a little bit. The King of Wands is your advice. Sexy times. Okay. Well, the King of Wands is like, know that you are worthy. Know that you are a leader. You've been through something here that has gifted you the knowledge, the discernment. You have reasons to be confident. And there's a level of humility here as well with that confidence, because you have an awareness of what you have gone through and what you are still moving through. Like, you're not out of the woods yet here. But it's almost like, allow your challenges to inspire you. Allow yourself to frame things in such a way where you are looking at the things that you've been through and you're seeing like what that gave you that you can use to help other people, or how you became stronger, how you came to know yourself and your worth more through those circumstances, to the point that now you're more in dominion over yourself, your own sovereignty, and your own life. So it's kind of like a reframing here of the heaviness into, how is that a gift, and how can I move forwards with even more like swag and confidence, knowing that I have this all under my belt. Can you clarify that, King of Wands, for me, for Gemini's advice? Abundance. See, keep a positive mindset, manifest exactly what you want, gratitude and bliss. I think I'm just going to keep that one because there's two more here, which we don't need. But yeah, this is an energy of abundance and expansion that's coming in for you, Gemini. So essentially it's get in the head space, get in that positive mindset and nurture yourself and ground it so that it is sustainable, even if you're just taking one step at a time. You're reframing things to match the position that you're being pushed into, which is more fulfilling, more stability, more abundance, more things that want to reciprocate and nurture and compensate you in a way that feels more appropriate than what you were receiving in the past, maybe. But putting yourself into an energy of gratitude, generosity, bliss, and kind of this assuredness that you can have whatever you want. That is what your overall advice is here. So that's what I see for you, Gemini. I hope those messages were helpful in some sort of way. And yeah, I'm going to leave your message there, but I'm sending you lots of love as per always. And I will talk to you guys again very soon. Cancer. Hello, darlings. Thanks for hanging out and letting me pull some cards for you. Let's see what wants to come through for you, okay? Let's see. Pull the curtain back. Wow, that was fast. Resilience. You're like, I got this, motherfucker. Just wanted you to know. Okay. Well, never knew a Cancer that wasn't, to be completely honest with you. And my dad and my sister are both Cancers. Actually, my little sister's a triple Cancer. Just let that sink in for a second. If you think you've got it bad, you could always be a Cancer, sun, moon, and rising. Pretty intense shit. But, okay, there's something that it has been testing you, but you're handling it. You've got it. So let me see what energy you are embodying while you deal with this. I feel like something's also teaching you a lot. It's like your own resilience is revealing something to you, maybe. Okay, the Scribe and the Goddess in reverse. Preserving knowledge and information, and then exploitation of the female nature and form. I feel like you're observing somebody's behavior. For some reason, it's taking strength or resilience to maybe like really look at something and see it clearly for what it is, like not lie to yourself about something. It's kind of coming through as like a hard pill to swallow, but you're learning something. Because I don't feel like this is you. What is the energy of the Goddess in reverse towards Cancer? Okay. The Don Juan in reverse and the Hedonist. What am I saying here, people? Yeah, this is giving big energy vampire, playboy type sort of energy. So this might not be everyone's message, but the shadow is using the power of romantic attraction for private agendas and then to a hedonistic like degree. So this is when you pursue pleasure to the detriment of your own health and when you are indulging at the expense of others. But I feel like this person, it's like painting a pretty picture, like that they're just passionate or creative or inspired. But really they're just here for a good time, not a long time, I feel like, or they have some sort of personal agenda that's hidden. So I don't know, this could be someone that you feel like you got played by, or just you didn't see. I feel like you didn't see something coming, but I feel like you are observing, and you could be looking back on your, I don't know, your engagements with someone, specifically how they maybe treat, I don't know, it could be how they treat women in their life. Something about misuse of the feminine form or taking advantage of feminine energy. This could be like very exploitive. Just seeing something as a commodity. I don't know. It's like you've got the receipts on someone here is what I feel about this. That they play it off like they're not doing anyone any harm or they're not doing any damage. Like they're in alignment or they're being ethical. But there's this shadowy projection, exploitation, draining kind of thing here that's going on with this. Okay. Well, Yeah, I do feel like this is pretty specific, and it doesn't have to be romantic necessarily. It could just be someone who's very charming in some sort of way, and they have a specific mask that they wear though. It's kind of like this, self-righteous a little bit maybe, or just like they're fancy, you know? They're like, they've got it like that. It's kind of the way that they present themselves. And that very well may be a big part of them in like a healthy element. This could be someone who does really enjoy life and they see the beauty in themselves, but I feel like there's this shadow element underneath. And maybe they aren't even aware of it. This is giving like shadow Scorpio or Aries energy, maybe Leo. Where it's like, it comes so natural to you that you can manipulate without like meaning to, or even always being aware that you are, depending on how certain programming and conditioning is patterned into you, I guess. So it's hard to tell if this person's being like conscious and intentional about what they're doing, but you seem to be like taking some notes, and there's some sort of heavy situation around this. So let's get some more cards about that. Tell me more about Cancer's energy. Okay. The Knight of Swords in reverse. There's a lot that you are like, there's a lot that I don't know here. There's a lot of unknown elements. There's still a lot of like question marks and gray areas. And it feels like you're trying to make sense of something, but there's just answers you don't have. Some of it is because of healing that you're still doing. And you're on the right path with that. You're moving into more alignment and more harmony with yourself, I feel like. Keep going with that. Things feel heavy because you've been through some dense stuff, but I feel like although there's still unknown, it's kind of giving this energy that you're through the worst of it with whatever this is. It's almost just like looking at the struggle as if you've just kind of started to pull away from it, or you're just getting some distance. I want to say just maybe don't focus on it so much that you get like pulled into an undercurrent of it, or that you're still really affected by whatever this energy is, because it does feel kind of exhausting. Okay, let's see what the challenge or lesson is. If this could be someone you're not speaking with the Knight of Swords in reverse too, and the Three of Cups in reverse. It's showing up as being difficult for you to cut ties, though, and allow some sort of relationship or connection to dissolve. It's kind of coming through as like something about that just doesn't really sit right with you, but you feel like based on what you are observing, like you maybe don't have a choice. This kind of feels like you are disappointed in someone's, who someone is showing themselves to be. Maybe like you're like, I had hoped for so much more, or I didn't think you were like that, you know? I don't know. Feels like there's something you're observing that just does not sit well with you, and it doesn't feel safe. And it doesn't resonate with you. On the surface it might, but there's something underneath that's not resonant with you. But still the challenge or lesson is to, I want to say like, unravel this or dissolve this gracefully. Anything else about the Three of Cups in reverse? No. Okay, let's look at the past, the recent past and the near future. Get some more context. I don't know why I want to put that stone there, but I'm gonna do it. Okay. Yeah, it's interesting because it kind of is coming through like this is something that you have endured, but it was in the past. Like this energy is looking back, and you're looking back in somewhat of a perplexed way because you're trying to make sense so you can move forward. It's almost like creating your own closure, but being confused about a few things. But this person is more connected to this experience, and you're kind of building around them now. Maybe like building understanding around them, or this could have really been someone that you, I don't know, saw a future with, or thought that you were very much alike as well. For some of you, there's a stressful situation that you experienced with this person, but you both responded to the weight of that situation and the challenges it presented in very different ways, I want to say. Whatever that means, but it feels like that pulled you apart, or it created some sort of like visible division here, unavoidable division, and there's some pain attached to that. So show me the recent past, more about the recent past. Let's do this. Some oracle cards. That's too many. Just pick one. Okay, yeah, it feels like the past was just a lot. Like you were just trying to take one step, one clear, direct step at a time, and everything was a struggle. Everything was super heavy. Yeah, like it's like having a pot of gold or having like this cornucopia sitting right in front of you, but it's just every time you reach for it, it's just out of reach. It's almost worse than not being able to see it there at all. Like just being dangled in front of you is what it feels like. This feels sort of like a head fuck. Like, yeah, it's like dangling a carrot in front of someone, but then making it so difficult for them to get to it. There's just the energy of something being really like complicated and heavy in the past. And I feel like it didn't need to be, but maybe it was meant to be for some reason. For both of you or one of you to learn something. Can you show me the near future? Feels like it did kind of suck though. Not gonna lie. I'm not saying that there's not a silver lining, but this feels a little bit rough. Near future. Good things. Aww. I love it. Okay, well, this is awesome. So 2 cards that are about like abundance and good things coming. So basically nothing has been lost is what is coming through here. Nothing's been lost. In the near future, you've got good things coming towards you. I feel like for some of you, you already have a sense of this, or you already have gotten a taste of it. You peep this in some way. Some of you, you've had a dream about something. And this is validation that that wasn't just a dream. That was like a premonition of something to come, a good thing that is going to be unfolding. They were just giving you a little preview, you know. For some of you, you're more psychic than you know. Pay attention when you're observing people, like what knowledge comes through. and where you pull that observation from, because there's something deeper and something intuitive there in the way that you read people that's being highlighted. Okay, tell me more about the near future and these good things. Tell us about the good things. We demand to know more about the good things. Well, that's beautiful. The Queen of Pentacles. Yes, bitch. Love the way you're doing. Love what you're doing with the plays. Honestly, this is so beautiful. This is like you being in your abundant garden, you surrounded by like bouquets of flowers that you grew in your garden, you being in tune with the present moment and the richness of that, and yourself, your body as the physical temple for your soul. So you're taking really good care of yourself here in all ways, tending to all levels of self with care. It feels kind of like you're giving yourself support that wasn't available like wasn't offered to you. You're learning, or you have learned how to give that to yourself, and you're reaping some sort of abundant rewards here is what that kind of looks like. For some of you, like you made a declarative action, or you took declarative action to separate yourself from some sort of energy here that was restrictive or not abundant. And that's part of what's bringing stuff in for you as well, is the fact that you did that. That was alchemical as well. Okay. Advice for Cancer before I let them go. So yeah, you're moving through this quite nicely, I would say. Keep on trusting and caring for yourself. Try not to personalize other people's behavior too much. But yeah, detached observation will bring you wisdom for sure. The King of Pentacles, a damn. Yes, please. Daddy's home. Okay, so this is just a whole lot of not settling. You are this goddess, this bad bee, this absolute boss, you know. There's a magnitude to your energy, and it's beautiful because it's coming from a very grounded place of knowing yourself and knowing what is not right, knowing what you don't deserve and what you won't put up with. Knowing what is too surface level to hold the depth of the beauty of all that is you. You need someone that sees you and someone reliable that understands the precious cargo that they have by their side, you know? Someone who will never take you and your abundance for granted, because they know that with that energy, you will pour into them, and they will do great things. They will reach great heights in their own potential and journey because of that support. And then they can provide a safe and healthy space for you to continue cultivating that abundant energy, and it just flows, right? So this is a natural pairing. It's very grounded, it's very practical, but it's also very sensual, very creative, very vibrant. That feels so nice. So yeah, feels a little spicy too. I don't know, I like that a lot. This is like we can build an empire sort of energy. So that is what I see for you, Cancer. Remember what you're worth. And as long as you keep on sustaining that, because I see you already being in it, which is why you can discern what is not proper behavior. You cemented something about your self-respect, your standards, your level of integrity, your personal boundaries, your personal beliefs. And it resonates at such a frequency that you're able to connect with good things and people who are vibrating in the same sort of space as you. These are people that aren't just dipping their toes in and then, you know, running away. These are people that are gonna swim in the motherfucking ocean and dance in the rain. God damn it. Passionate people. People who can match your freak. So in terms of community, friendships, and romantic relationships, this is basically saying don't settle. Don't settle and keep taking excellent care of yourselves as well, okay? Okay. I love you, Cancer. That's your reading. I'm going to leave it there. I hope that you're doing well. And we're going to move on to Leo. Hi, Leo. Hi. How are you guys doing? I hope you're doing well. Okay, I feel like I want to pull a Lenormand card and just see like what area or what general theme wants to be highlighted. And start from there. The child. Okay, the child can be about like literal children. It can be about your inner child, your past, or it can be about like a pure brand new start to something as well. It comes from a very true, genuine place. Man, okay. For some of you, you're healing your relationship with your father or masculine energy of some sort. This could even be romantic partners. You're gaining some sort of clarity and it's coming from a very pure place. I feel like there's a new beginning that's stemming from that. And it feels like there's a lot of juicy, like abundant, just genuine, wholesome goodness that is attached to this new direction that you're setting off in. It's like you have a deeper understanding or knowing of something, but it's very clear. It's very simple. It's not complicated. Yeah. Something is being born here, which feels pretty beautiful, I would say. So let's see, let's get some more information. Whoa. Okay, the Page of Pentacles in reverse and the World in reverse. This could be a cycle that is still not completely closed out here. There's still something connecting you to it. It could be a part of your inner child that you haven't healed just yet. With this Page of Pentacles in reverse connected to the child. I feel like you're more integrated or more present with this part of yourself. But there's a cycle that you're still healing. You're still balancing it out. You're in alignment with healing this. It's just that it's a process, or yeah, it's still ongoing is what that feels like. There's still progression being made. But I feel like there's something here this feels like fear. Fear of failure or fear of not being enough. For some of you, this is tied to like, yeah, father wounds. Not feeling like enough. Or feeling like you have to perform for love in some sort of way. It feels, yeah, very Saturnian. Like a masculine lesson of some sort. I do feel like this is teaching you a lot and it's liberating you from something. It's just that it's still happening. So can you show me the challenge or lesson? Yeah, so things could feel pretty tender at this moment. The King of Cups. You're gonna hate me probably for saying this, but your emotions could be deepening even at this time. As a Pisces and Scorpio rising, I can say from personal experience that just when you think you're not going to get feelsy, more feelsy, you find space for more feels somehow. But no, this is a beautiful maturing and depth of emotion and the ability to see clearly despite feeling deeply and not apologizing for the intensity of that, but also not like losing control of that power, because it is a powerful force. So it can be moderated, it can be regulated, it can be used intentionally and sustainably. So that's kind of your challenge right now. There's something with this lesson. It goes so deep that once you finish integrating it, there is an up level in emotional intelligence and depth of understanding about yourself for sure. But there's something here about the masculine. How the masculine relates to emotion. So there could be something about a pattern of people who are emotionally absent or unavailable, disconnected, or maybe avoidant. I don't know. There's something here that you're facing, and I feel like you're not internalizing it anymore. Okay, show me the recent past. King of Cups is a beautiful energy to be growing into, though. I like that. The Lovers. Well, if I do say so myself, that is just lovely. Okay, so the Lovers, Gemini energy. Let me see the near future before I say anything. So there was an authentic and profound experience of connection or of the heart, as I suspected here. And that was real. That was reciprocated. Whether it was fully expressed by both, it was definitely felt and real. So your experience was mirrored by someone else's here in the recent past. This could also be you just using the world as a mirror and really seeing all aspects and angles of yourself quite clearly, more clearly than you ever have. And instead of being critical towards those things, you're kind of just observing and holding space for radical acceptance and love for all of it, which is putting you in a very powerful place. Massive emotional strength is being cultivated here. But the Five of Pentacles in the near future. Okay. I just want to know, or do I want to know? Tell me more about the Lovers. Do I want to know if these feelings go both ways? Was kinda hoping that you'd stay. Alex Turner and his hips can do whatever they wish in my general vicinity. I'm just saying. Okay, tell me about the Lovers. Girl talk, time with friends, moving on, happily single, living in the moment, and having fun. Intriguing. This could be like a period of having, it's interesting. I don't feel like it's having numerous relationships. Although that energy could be here, but not with the Lovers. I'm just not feeling that. There's this energy of being happily single and feeling very free. This is almost like your lovers and best friends. If this is a relationship, you're very present and you're just experiencing life together, and everything is better because of that person being there. Not codependent, but just like very in sync. There's a level of loyalty and trust here as well. So for some of you, this is even just experiencing a really great friendship or any relationship really where you feel aligned with the person like that. It doesn't have to always be like sexual or romantic. For some of you, this is like a really good friend that the relationship influenced you. It had a profound effect on you. Tell me about the Five of Pentacles in the near future, though. Why is that? The Coffin. Endings bring new beginnings. Growth, change, liberation, transition. Spirit's so subtle. The Lovers. The Five of Pentacles in the Coffin. All right, drama queens. Let's see. No, my guides just know that I also am a drama queen, so they give me the juice to work with, you know? They give it to me good. Well, this is what it looks like. It's the final nail, is what that feels like. The final nail in an unclosed cycle, maybe with a specific person, or maybe just of a pattern or something that was cyclical, something that was repeating. You're liberated from it. And there's a new beginning that's coming with the closure of this. So simultaneously, you might feel like you're out in the void or you're out in the cold, or like there's nothing to hold on to. There's nothing over your head to stop the rain from falling on you. There's this feeling of kind of desperation or feeling like you've got nothing, but you've got a lot. You're in that little in-between space where there's lots of parts moving at once. It could feel like nothing is moving and you could feel pretty vulnerable or exposed, but this ending is bringing a new beginning. You're in a transitional state of growth or gestation maybe. And your freedom from something made space or is making space for something else that's coming in. Let's see if they'll give us any more about like what that could be that's coming in. What's coming in to fill? Ooh, the King of Swords. That's a sexy King of Swords. Someone who knows what they want. And they mean what they say and they say what they mean. This is a very straight shooter energy. So I don't know if that's you being like, I'm hearing little Big Sean, that I Don't Fuck With You song. I don't know, I just feel like some of you see something very clearly, and for some you're processing an old way that you were, and you're like, no, I don't fuck with that version of myself anymore. Things have changed. I've put an old cycle or pattern or addiction or whatever that is to bed. I've changed out. That we're out of that era. We're in a new era. And in this era, we see things very clearly. We feel things very clearly. We honor all aspects of self. And we remember what was, and we don't repeat. We retain the wisdom, but we don't have to relearn the lessons. So yeah, there's a confidence and a liberation and a sense of assuredness. I do feel like this is you, but you're also bringing in connections that are clear and direct and no nonsense as well, I want to say. So let's get some advice. Let's get some advice. For some of you, you have options in love too. There's like 3 significant men here. Water. This one feels fire to me, but the man could technically be anything, but water and air are showing up here strongly. That's Cancer's or Leo's advice. Sorry, Leo's advice. I also feel like you're meeting people that reflect like different parts of you back at you, and it's stimulating in a really nice way. It's like you're meeting interesting people, and not just because like narcissistically they like show you things that you love about yourself. Like, it's not that. It's that these people, they're curious or they're aligned with you, and so they open up doors and help you realize possibilities that are already close to the path you're walking. So it's kind of like a fueling by inspiration, mutual inspiration. Like you build off of and support one another. I guess it's like symbiotic relationships. Like it. Positive vibes all around. Did come at a cost of something, but everything does. I feel like this was a big bad lesson, and it was a lesson of the heart, and it went real deep. But tis almost over, my friend. I feel very strongly it's almost over. Okay. Why is nothing coming out? Let me pull one of these first. Can I get some advice to close off this reading for Cancer? Why do I keep saying Cancer? For Leo. Some of you guys, Cancer energy is significant right now. Maybe. It could just be because I did their reading right before. Okay, show me some advice for Leo. Okay. Grace. There's something about this being like the obvious advice. Flipped upright. Grace, number 22. Adornment, bring out beauty, elegance, the outer as a reflection of the inner. Vanity, charisma, and self-expression. And then 56, the wanderer. Traveling, adventure, movement, coping with unfamiliarity, a pilgrimage, alone, and broaden your horizons. There's an element of knowing, this feels very Libran. There's an element here of knowing what to share and what to wear and what to keep to yourself. There's certain things that I feel like you're meant to honor at this time and almost protect because they're sacred. These are parts of your personal journey that you're still processing through that are very deep that maybe you're not meant to share just yet. You'll know if that's the case for you though. And for some of you also, you're making physical moves that for some reason it's important to, I think it's so that you don't doubt yourself for some reason. Keeping some of your plans to yourself at this time or until they're more finalized, I feel like is something that's coming up. So maybe whatever moves you're making, it already feels like a bit of a risk, or you might have some nerves because it asks you to step outside of your comfort zone in some way. So it's almost coming through as you're already pushing yourself outside of your comfort zone. And you don't necessarily want the opinions of other people right now. I feel like there's something about the choices you're making in the near future, the direction that you're heading in. You're making very clear choices for yourself. And there's something very sacred and deep and introspective and divine about that, the place that you're at on your own journey right now. So keep those parts for yourself, whatever you feel like those are for you. But there is an element of this that is meant to be expressed in a graceful kind of way or worn outwardly, because it's going to magnetize a reflection of that inner beauty into the reality of your life. And it's also an element of charm and charisma that's very attractive. So it's just knowing like where to draw those personal boundaries, what to share, who to trust, yeah, and how to keep certain things pure and protected. Anything else about the advice before I let Leo go? The Ten of Wands in reverse. Yeah, it's not, no part of this is meant to feel heavy. You're coming out of something that was a little bit disappointing, but you're not carrying it forward. You are not carrying it forwards. So allow the unburdening of whatever this is or has been to feel light and celebratory. Let it be beautiful. Let it be inspiring. Let it be arousing. Let it fuel your forward movement into unknown places, uncharted territories. Ooh, pushing the boundaries of this world, making your world bigger and sexier and more magical and more abundant. You know, the world is as big or as small as you choose to make it in your perception of it. And I feel like you're cracking your world open in a really beautiful way, Leo. So I love this for you. Okay, babes, I'm going to leave your reading there. Thanks for hanging with me, and we're going to move on to Virgo. Hey, Virgo. Let's see what wants to come through for you. I hope you had a wonderful birthday season. Okay, I feel like I want to pull some of these oracle cards first. So show me, yeah, let's get 3. Okay. Sorry, I thought I heard something. Okay. One more. That was weird. Okay. All right. Let me see here, Virgo. Why does this look a little bit messy? Why does it look slightly messy? Okay, well, in the present, you're kind of coming through in this energy, acting like you don't care, is not letting it go. The thing is, it came out like this. So I feel like you're only half maybe faking, or you can't decide whether you care about something anymore. Could be that you were pretending not to care for so long that you can't remember if you do actually care. Like there could have been a numbing element here. Let's clarify that a little bit. Let's see. Either way, shots fired. Acting like you don't care is not letting it go. Okay. Don't I know it? We've all deluded ourselves in this way before. Let's be real. The 5 of Wands in reverse. Okay. It seems like you've decided not to commit to something. in a traditional sense. You still care about it though, but there is something surrounding it that you're not conflicted about. And it feels like you know that this is not an atypical thing. It's hard for you to work with or understand because of that. It's not something that you've experienced traditionally or you feel like you have experience with. But it feels like to kind of like avoid drama or reach a peaceful internal state. It seems kind of like you've uprooted something, released something, or made a decision to not commit to something or not adhere to something or not believe in something. With the Hierophant in reverse. Anything else about that? There's still some element here though about you caring. I feel like you're not reconciled with whatever this is. So it might not be that you still care about like the situation itself or a person from the past, but there's something that is emotionally unprocessed is what that feels like. So it could have nothing to do with your feelings for someone or something, but it feels like you've kind of decided that you're not at conflict about this. You're not like upset about it. You're not letting it stress you out. It's off the table. We're not going there. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk and have a great night. You know, it's pretty cut and dry for you. But there's an element where you're not being completely honest with yourself. But I feel like it's more about something deeper within you that this situation touched. It touched a tender spot. And there's a part of you that still has not like integrated or been completely honest about facing that within yourself, it feels like. What's the challenge or lesson that Virgo's facing at this time? Let's see. I feel pensive energy. Pensive. Deeply thoughtful energy. The Nine of Wands in reverse. It's interesting. It's like killing what or letting what you've killed die is kind of the struggle now. Feels like you decided, like that's off the table, we're not doing that, right? But yet the challenge or the lesson is to stop putting some level of intensity or energetic weight into it or investment into it. Because there's something about like a energetic trajectory. Whether that's just like you've been thinking about this a lot, it's been heavy on your spirit, whatever that is, dropping the weight and redirecting your energy. That's what's coming through as the lesson, or what's kind of still challenging you. So you've made the choice now. The energetic implications, kind of disciplining yourself and whatever you need to do surrounding that. That feels like that's what the challenge is. Anything else about that? No, okay. Let's look at the past and the near future. Let's look more into these. Okay, so in the recent past, you have this card that says, you are often unaware of the effect you have on others. It's fortune cookie. And then indecision, dreamy, brilliant, activating, and closure. Okay. There's something that felt like it felt like a dream. It felt like you stepped into a different world. It didn't feel real. And it could be that that's the part of it that you're struggling to let go of. It's like something here did penetrate to a very pure and innocent part of you, a really deep part of you, a part where if something gets that deep, you know that it is true, because nothing gets that deep without being a certain like purity of vibration or frequency. Do you know what I mean? This would be like the pure place, the most unguarded place within your heart that you keep safe. Not just anything's gonna breeze through the doors and walk in there. But there's something where like the dreamy and brilliant nature of whatever this was hard to believe almost. It's like it created an indecision around it. So it's almost as if a situation was activated. There's also something here about you not being fully aware of how powerful your energy and influence is in the past. I feel like you were having an effect that you were not aware of. You could have really been activating someone, or activating even cycles or lessons closing for them, or vice versa. Or a situation did this for you. There's just kind of an energy of being taken like off guard, like not expecting something. This could even be something like, I don't know, someone who doesn't see themselves clearly. They don't think that they're like the most attractive, or that they're like the biggest catch, that they have like so much to offer, right? And they see someone who they kind of idolize or think is like really, really attractive, or very valuable, very abundant. And they're like, fuck it, I'm just gonna hit on them. Like there's no chance that they're ever gonna respond. And then that person ends up actually being interested because they see you more than you see yourself. All of a sudden it's like this, because of your doubt in yourself, right? Or your own worth, you're not aware. Like you might question that, when really someone is just seeing the brilliance and the beauty and the fullness of your power, your beauty, your divinity, that pure place within you. And it's like, whatever this was, you didn't expect it. You didn't expect to be seen or moved or influenced in this particular way or place. And something else here did not anticipate you having such a strong effect on them either. That's really interesting, okay? Here we have Lisa Simpson looking like she's seen better days. It's like coffee and a shot of cyanide, please. And that's how my Monday morning is going. So in the near future, there could be something that you are just sick of dealing with, or you've reached a limit and something is really, you're laying something to rest because you maybe just can't anymore. What is this? Tell me more about the near future for Virgo. You could also just be tired, like energetically drained because you're processing through a lot. I don't know why I want to say that you're processing through a lot, but I feel like it's because you're dropping this. And this kind of insinuates, these two things insinuate that they have been in the upright, meaning something has been creating resistance, feeling complicated, causing drama, conflict, or tension, and just feeling like an uphill battle. So it could just be that you're tired and it's catching up to you now that you're kind of taking space from whatever that is. This could also be burnout for some of you. That could be part of like the acting like you don't care about something to compensate for something that you did not invest in here. You could be over investing or compensating in, I don't know, like working I don't know. Just be careful of burnout there. That's kind of coming through for some of you. The Three of Wands. This is just like the future is exhausting. That's what that's coming through as. Kind of just looking at like what is right ahead of you because you're tired. I feel like there's a cycle that is closing out though of something not being reconciled, and it's something not being reconciled that has felt so heavy. That's what it is, because there was still conflict around something because it was like undecided, or things were still moving or transforming. There's still change. Anything else about the Three of Wands? You're expecting something or anticipating something coming towards you as well here. It feels like something tangible, something in the physical. You could be expecting like a message of some sort, maybe. I don't know. But this is telling me that you haven't received it yet. It's something that you're anticipating, and the anticipation of it is like you're not excited about it. You're like, I am already sensing some bullshit coming. That's kind of the vibe that this gives. The Devil, yeah. You anticipate some sort of toxic cycle repeating, or something returning that is going to just be the same bullshit, different day. That's what that feels like. For some of you, you're expecting, like during cuffing season or something, you're expecting someone toxic from your past to come back around and say that they're doing great, and I don't know, they have so much to, something about talking a big talk with the Nine of Pentacles and the Devil there, Capricorn energy. Let's get you some advice. I don't feel like this is something that's coming in though, and it's interesting because I almost feel like this is a projection to a degree. Hear me out, to a degree. There might be something you need to see within yourself that you're still carrying that is draining your own energy. And it could be just constantly anticipating like more bullshit. And that could actually be a self-fulfilling prophecy for some of you, right? It's like the more you expect it, the more you're almost giving it attention and power, or calling it, magnetizing situations like that towards yourself. I feel like there needs to be a different like line of thought or line of sight here. And this is like, I was going to say hoping for the best, but expecting the worst, but I don't even know if there's like a whole lot of hoping for the best. It's kind of just, this feels like a little bit of survival mode. Like it is what it is. We don't care about this right now. This could be tired, like exhaustion from running from something, feeling or fully processing something. So just be aware of that. Okay. There's heavy, like root chakra with all this red though. And I feel like there's something about a strain on your physical body, your physical health, exhaustion, your sleep. So just make sure your basic needs and everything are being met. Okay, let me just be mom for a minute here and make sure that you're taking care of yourselves. All right, advice for Virgo. Thank you. The Five of Swords in reverse. Interesting. Well, it's about being real. Being real. And I feel like first and foremost with yourself is what that's about. But yeah, this is about playing no games. Bringing no bullshit to the table, you know? Which includes being real when you're investing into something about like what you really do have to offer and where your insecurities and indecision stems from. Because if you actually want to build something with yourself and somebody else, there needs to be a willingness to be open and work through things together rather than allow things to eat or deteriorate stuff from the inside and create distance between the two of you. So there's something here about needing clarity, or this felt confusing. I feel like the more honest you are with yourself in the near future here, the more exhaustion you can just bypass or alleviate. Because I feel like this is coming from a lack of awareness, and then you're carrying some sort of weight with you, even though you maybe have disconnected from a situation itself. You either need to be real with yourself or somebody else, but I feel like it's more about you and the way that you approach or like look at, I heard categorize this experience in your mind. The Four of Wands in reverse. Maybe something just didn't bring you joy. And that's okay, right? You can love someone and have it just not work. Something can be destined and fated for you and also scare the shit out of you and not last forever. Like, these truths can coexist. These things can be simultaneously unfolding. Life is a profound and deep and interesting place where many fucking things are possible. And we don't always understand them, like, right as they're unfolding, right? It feels like there's something here, though, where being honest with yourself about a specific situation means not painting someone like as the devil and totally toxic and expecting the absolute worst. But also, like, being real with yourself about where something just didn't live up to the hopes that you had for it initially. It couldn't stand on its own 2 feet, or it didn't feel good once you got into the inner workings or dynamics of it. And that doesn't mean that there wasn't closeness and genuine love shared, but it still means that maybe that at the end of the day just wasn't enough to hold something together, and that's okay. But I feel like you're gonna find a lot more peace about whatever this is when you allow yourself to look it straight in the face, and then this weight can kind of be processed or alchemized or dropped through, and you can move from there. And this doesn't even mean that you have to, well, I think you already did take this off the table as an option. But even if you wanted to move towards something here, this would just indicate where there needs to be work done. Like where something wasn't running smoothly. And where a level of like consideration or compromise is needed to accommodate the love that is true and that is there. But however you decide to move from this situation, you'd be doing yourself a disservice to lie about it not affecting you. And you had an effect or an impact on it as well that was very deep. But this did happen for a reason. It did unfold to show you something very specific, and there's a lot of value in whatever that is. So don't run from it, my darlings, all right? I'm sending you lots of love. I'm gonna leave your message there, Virgo. I hope you're doing well, and yeah, I'll talk to you soon. Bye. Hello, my beautiful Librans. I hope that you're all doing so well. All right, we're just gonna pull some cards, see what wants to be brought to your attention or focused on, validated or clarified, whatever it is. Let's see. I feel like I want to pull some archetype cards first to kind of just see what energy you're in. And we'll go from there. So can you show me Libra's current energetic embodiment? Where are they at? Where are they at? Okay. Show me Libra. I was seeing the 7 of Cups as well when I was clarifying, or not clarifying, shuffling, sorry. So that could be significant, but we'll see if it comes out. There could be some sort of emotional confusion or fantasy, maybe limerence even, that's being clarified here or worked through. Or you could just have a lot of options and you could be currently needing to wade through the potential of certain things to figure out how you feel about them. That is a Scorpionic card. It is connected to Venus in Scorpio. And you have Scorpionic energy here with the shapeshifter. Gemini also got this card. So there could be a tie between yourself and Gemini. There doesn't have to be. But skill at navigating through different levels of consciousness and the ability to see the potential in everything. And then Scorpionic energy, and just a couple of the light attributes of Scorpio. Focused, brave, loyal, ambitious, deep, passionate, assertive, decisive, sensual, and transformative. Trying to think of what everything is, what all we have in Scorpio right now. I know we have Mars in Scorpio for sure. I believe Lilith is also there. I can't remember what else we have there right now, but there are some significant energies in Scorpio. Okay, so yeah, the shapeshifter kind of goes well with the 7 of Cups a little bit, or it adds some context. And Scorpio, of all of the signs, is probably the most likely, is the most likely to tap into different depths and dimensions of emotion as they work through them to understand themselves more psychologically, consciously. That is what shadow work is. So you could be doing some shadow work at this time, but it's coming from not a place of feeling like, oh, I'm so bogged down by this. This feels so heavy and draining and, you know, maybe like even detrimental or like a strain, like a burden, like something that I have to work through. This would be something that you're consciously choosing from an empowered place with these energies, from a courageous and focused, like intentional place. A place, I want to say, of being loyal to yourself enough to assert that Martian energy inwards with the intention of transforming the spirit. Okay, pretty deep, but I'm fucking with it. So let's get your tarot cards out and then we'll clarify some more. We'll just kind of see how things unfold here. So clarify these archetypes. Give me a little bit more on Libra's current energy. I just want one card, please. No. The High Priestess in reverse. Okay. Yeah, it feels like through this process, something is being revealed to you from your own depths, from your own, again, consciousness with the High Priestess. And I see you being able to, it's interesting because Scorpio isn't always, this isn't always Scorpionic energies like forte, but I feel like there's a level of you being able to, whatever it is that you're being shown, you are not emotionally attached in the sense that there is like an expectation or a need or an obsession or an addiction. There's nothing that's out of balance or out of moderation that is attaching you to the truth that you're seeking that would cause you to like mar that truth, put a veil of illusion over that truth, bend that truth, or avoid that truth. So this is truly like ascended, evolved Scorpio energy in action. It's not possessive, it's not obsessive, it's not needing to control, it's not based on any sort of power dynamic. This is about you and something that you're aware of, that you need to uncover, that you are doing the work to look at right now. And maybe that wasn't always that way. Maybe you weren't always fearless in your pursuit of this, but I do feel like right now, wherever you're at in that process, you are relatively coming at it from that place. Okay. What's the greatest challenge or lesson that Libra is facing at this time? Okay, that was the water card in reverse. We're gonna leave it in there. 7 of coins in reverse and the Ace of Cups. You're removing your investment in something, and the thing is, your heart is still connected to whatever this is in some way. So there's a connection, but not an attachment. And that is coming through as important or significant to highlight. That's what's allowing you to actually pull yourself back from whatever this is, even though it's challenging. Because you could see this as there being two kind of competing energies, right? One in which you know that something doesn't make you happy, or it isn't giving in the same way, like it's not reciprocating fairly. There's something I feel that you can't justify investing in anymore, because it's not adding to your personal fulfillment. It's deterring you from it, or it's deteriorating it. So it's almost like something that you hoped and maybe still have some hope surrounding, that you're kind of phasing out of or grappling with or integrating in some way. You had hoped that something would be like your 10th cup, something that would significantly enrich your life, specifically in an emotional way. Something that makes you happy, something that you could see yourself building with in a loyal and committed sort of way. And especially with Scorpionic energy, you could have strong Scorpio or Pisces in your chart here. You don't have to, but this is like a very heavily emotionally loyal energy. Like, even if I'm confused, I still know that I'm committed to what I'm committed to. And Scorpio doesn't unlove easily, but when they do, it's final. It's like, there is no going back, because I have transformed myself. I've gone too far in the process to ever look back now. So once a Scorpio has fallen out, or they've removed their investment and then gotten a certain distance between themselves and that, I want to say there kind of is no going back. Now, there's always an exception to the rule, but Scorpio's fixed water. And from having all the Scorpio energy in my chart, I can tell you that that is generally how it is. It's pretty much, yeah, when they're in it, they're all in it. When they're not, they're kind of gone. But I want to clarify this challenge and see more about what this investment is. What is it that Libra is pulling back their time, energy, attention, and effort from? There's something you were intentionally pouring into, again, with high hopes, and your heart was backing you on this, that it would lead to something really beautiful, or that something beautiful would grow from this investment. And the challenge now is not removing and pulling yourself back in a cold, heartless kind of way, where you, again, have to create some sort of untruth or illusion in order to do it. There's something here about you being honest with yourself still, which requires a level of humility. Maybe admitting, I still care about something, but I also have to let it go, or remove a significant part of the energy that I've invested or focused on this. Tell me more about the challenge. Please don't ever go back to anything you had to pray your way out of. Okay. Well, that's the 7 of Coins in reverse. At the bottom of the deck is this card that says, they say people never change, but that's bullshit. But behind that is legacy, status, connection, conviction, and irreplaceable in reverse. This is the grappling part that you're kind of finding a moderate middle ground, or the truth lies like between these two things, in the conjunction of them, or yeah, in the middle ground between these two. There's something where you had a lot of hope, and a part of you still wants to be like, maybe something will change, right? Maybe this isn't a lost call. Maybe there's still some level of hope that something can transform and shift. But there's also this attached knowing, I think, that something is not meant to be. It's like it doesn't fit with the vision that you have for your legacy and what you wish to accomplish and reach in your life. There's something here that fell short in regards to the kind of connection that you are looking for. And for you, whatever falls short of that is replaceable. It's not irreplaceable because it's not what you're even looking for. There's something here where maybe you poured into something with a lot of passion, certainty, loyalty, and conviction. And what you got back was something that is very much replaceable, but what you were giving is something that is very much not, you know? So there could be clarity coming to you here. And it feels like you're just kind of, there's these two parts of you. One part is like, one part it's like, it's a hell no for me. Like I see this quite clearly and I'm never going back. I'm in that process of extracting and unloving, or right, becoming non-committed to whatever this is. And then there's that part of you that's reconciling the care or the genuine emotion that you had, and that you can still hold. You can still hold hope that someone, like for someone's overall best good, that someone will grow and evolve and be the best them that they can be. But you can also understand that that's their journey, that's their path, and it has nothing to do with you, and you are no longer a part of that journey, right? So that's kind of what it feels like here. Overall, just an energy of being very honest with yourself, but not in like a soul-crushing or cruel kind of way. In a balanced way, which I love. So let's look at the past, the recent past and the near future, and get some more surrounding this. Okay, the recent past for Libra. What lies in Libra's recent past? There is something about uprooting a lie here as well. And it's coming through as more of a lie that you told yourself, or you chose to see something a specific way. Yeah, see, you're through the bulk of, like, you're not mourning the loss of something. You're through that. This is more of a psychological, analytical, shadow worky kind of processing after the fact, in which you gain very valuable perspective so that you can navigate yourself from something disappointing and propel yourself onto the trajectory of something that feels liberating, aligned, joyful, and just good overall, where whatever this is didn't. Let me just pull your advice too, and then we'll get into clarifying some of this further. So yeah, this might be a classic case of like, I saw what I wanted to see. There's the 7 of Cups that I said I was picking up at from the very beginning. And that's your advice. Interesting. Very interesting. So that is the focus, or meant to be an important focus. So we'll get more into that for sure. Okay. I actually want to work backwards. I want to clarify the near future here for you with this Four of Wands. This is Venus and Aries energy. I want to see this. I want to see what specifically it is that you're kind of facing and working through in terms of like narrative or a belief or a perspective that's shifting to bring you to this place in the near future. Tell me more about that. Four of Wands. What's getting Libra to the Four of Wands? What is the conduit or the vehicle here that's carrying them to the Four of Wands? Soften. The trigger statement is I take control. The true statement, I am compassionate. Take a moment and allow yourself to see things from your heart center, from that place. Allow your intuition to guide you. So that's what you're doing right here. You're releasing control. You're softening. That's what's bringing you to this place. So again, it's kind of like I was saying from the start about those Plutonian, the darker elements of Scorpio that you're not in, the obsessiveness, the power dynamics, the control, the games, the manipulation, all of that, that could have been present in the past because a lot of Scorpionic energy is here. But the fact that you are no longer being triggered by the need to control the situation, maybe someone's perception of you, or I don't know, whatever it is that you felt you needed to control before, you're not anymore. And what you're in right now is this moment to see things clearly, where you're allowing for that. You're allowing yourself to receive the truth from your heart, which is why there's no defensiveness. You're allowing your intuition to guide you. And it's guiding you into a softer place than you've been up until this point. A place where you're actually able to receive the truth that will set you free and bring you into this place of joy. Okay. So that's wonderful. So there was something about control though here that was triggering to you in this situation in the past that you have moved through greatly already, and you are continuing to move through as well. Okay. I want to see more about this. Tell me about the Five of Cups in reverse in the recent past here. Slow but steady. You came out of this, but it did take time and effort. Like it was a process to let go. It was a process to release your attachment to whatever this was that was keeping you in a place of grief and heaviness. So you did process through that. It was a whole thing. It was a whole chapter or phase or, like I said, process. So that could have taken however long for each of you. But whatever this was that brought you a lot of grief here, this was the process that allowed you to be in a space of healthy detachment so that now you can release this truth that's going to take you to the next place that you're going. Is there anything else around the past that wants to be highlighted? This is coming through as like the kind of peace and security that comes from faith in one's soul and knowing one's soul and one's spirit, though. Knowing like the path that you have walked, what you've been through, and standing on, like supporting that person. Being like, I stand behind that person, you know. Doesn't mean that you're perfect, but it means that you would bet on yourself, and that is a very positive place to be. It's a place of self-acceptance and compassion And also confidence, true confidence that comes from that space of not expecting perfection. So the Seven of Cups in your overall advice. Why? Tell me more about the Seven of Cups. Confidence. This is a myriad of experiences that I'm kind of seeing you are meant to enjoy. It's almost like the world is your oyster. You know, I feel like opportunities and options are going to be opening up to you in the near future here. And it's kind of coming through as like you're not even meant to choose just one. You can passionately engage with many things that are coming your way. It's coming through as something that it's not necessarily a choice, like one thing over another is what I'm feeling here, but more so like a journey that you can flow through that has many pit stops along the way. Like the journey is as important as the destination here, and everything has something to offer or gift you or show you is what I'm getting from that. And it's not coming through as something that's supposed to confuse you. It's almost like each stop adds another element even of understanding, and it's emotional understanding. So it's interesting. It feels light. Doesn't have a heaviness to it. It's something that you, because of the confidence you've gained through a recent experience, you can now navigate through this next chapter with this light feeling of freedom and joy that allows you to just kind of flow. The Devil. It's a mastery of something that's taking place. A mastery of grounding your experiences, I want to say. Something you're learning about grounding your experiences here and having those experiences not define you but work for you. Having each experience, no matter how it ends or how it unfolds, be a significant and valuable step along your timeline. Disabling the devil, essentially, by not giving anything power over you, but still seeing the power in it, in each experience. Very sovereign, like very intelligent, soulful energy that I'm seeing for you here. This is your advice. Anything else about that advice there? I'd say don't overindulge. Let everything be what it is. The Chariot in reverse and the Five of Swords in reverse. Do not move towards anything that is fuckery coded. Nothing fuckery coded will do, Libra. I don't think that you really need that reminder so much. Someone could be coming in, though, and communicating from an unchanged place. Someone from the past, maybe. It feels like they're trying to move forwards from the past by maybe, like, speaking to you in a way that feels quite cold or unemotional. I don't know. This is almost like someone who, it's like they don't know better, or it's just coming through as immature and a little bit self-serving and almost like as well messy. Like the ideas that they have aren't fully formed, but they feel this compulsion to express them or communicate regardless. But they don't have clarity. They're ultimately communicating in search of clarity because they are not transforming and things are not really shifting for them the way that they'd hoped. They're also seeking they're looking for something that's hidden for them. They're seeking some sort of information or knowledge through this communication. I feel like you're being strongly advised to not engage, or to engage from a place of being very clear and direct and having strong and healthy boundaries. I don't know why this is coming up, but anything that is not ultimately going to push you forwards should be seen as something that is going to hold you back. So it's not that it has nothing to offer, but it's just see it for what it is you know, call a spade and decide if that's something, an energy that you want to resonate with or put yourself in the resonance of. So do you want to meet an energy where it's at in order to engage with it? Or is it something that you feel like you could just flow past and maybe still let it teach you or show you something, but not engage? With the devil energy here and the Seven of Cups, it's kind of coming through as like, not every door needs to be opened, like the one labeled hell. You could probably leave that one shut and just say, maybe another time, you know, maybe we'll holiday there another time. But yeah, that's what this is coming through as. Don't invite unnecessary complications, or don't feel like you need to help because you're gaining so much understanding and awareness and wisdom surrounding something. That doesn't make it your responsibility to give that or to share that with somebody else. Their journey is also their own. But whether this has to do with a specific person or not, it's just kind of saying, watch what you choose to engage in. Whatever you do choose to engage in, choose to engage confidently from a place of authenticity, but just also be aware of what it is that you are aligning with, is what's coming through, okay? That's your reading, Libra. It was a little long, sorry about that. But I hope that you guys are doing really well. And yeah, I'll talk to you again soon. Bye. Hi, Scorpio. Let's see what's going on. See what area of life wants to come through, or what messages are going to be helpful for you at this time. Let's see what my Scorps are up to. I hope you guys are well, though. Whatever it is you are up to. On a little trip down memory lane, huh? Okay. Let's see. One more. There's something that you're gaining perspective on. I feel like there's something that you had been pouring yourself into, and it created a bit of a deficit in your energy here. Yeah. It's kind of coming through as like putting your energy in places that took from you, or it's coming through as scattering your energy too many places. More so than just being one thing that did not work for you. I feel like in the near future, you're going to be gaining some clarity around this, but let's see. So you're in the energy of the Six of Cups here, and your greatest challenge is coming through as the Five of Pentacles, which kind of came out sideways. Tells me that you're in the midst of bringing yourself out of this energy, and that is why it is the challenge or the lesson. The Nine of Pentacles in reverse in your recent past also like indicates that. Because this talks about personal insecurity, personal instability, something that, again, was destabilizing, was taking from you, was making the ground underneath you shaky. This could have also been affecting your physical health in a bad way or a negative way, or energetically draining you. I want to focus on this first, because the fact that you're focused on the past and still processing through bringing yourself out of something, it feels significant. So can I get more on the Nine of Pentacles in reverse in the past here for Scorpio? I feel like it's commitments that you were making that were actually pulling you out of your commitment to yourself. So you weren't able to commit to certain things and still honor or respect or care for yourself at the same time. So in other words, these were places you compromised yourself that you maybe shouldn't have. The Universe in reverse. The Universe in this deck is different from the World card. There's both of them. And the Universe is bigger. So it's like more of a cosmic energy. More of like the big picture, written in the stars, that kind of energy beyond just our experience in this lifetime. So there could be something that felt past life or felt like unfinished that came into your life or you were engaging with it. Something essentially karmic that you maybe had to work through. It has a higher meaning, and I feel like you haven't worked fully through that yet. And that could be a good part of the reason why you're revisiting it now, because you feel as though there's something that's still left to be unpacked there or to reveal itself to you. And I think that this is bringing you closer to yourself, or it's at the very least showing you where you've been pulled away from yourself and giving you the option of moving more into alignment. I want to get a little bit more on that. Can you tell me more about the recent past here? Purity. The masculine in reverse is at the bottom of the deck with boundaries. Boundaries and attraction, pleasure in reverse. Wow. Not everything that attracts you is going to actually lead you to the kind of pleasure and fulfillment that you truly seek on a deeper level. There's something here about masculine energy and maybe desire having misled you, and that could still be what you're unpacking. That feels like part of a bigger cycle to me, like a bigger lesson. Again, maybe something that has carried out through different lifetimes for you. But that feels big. It feels deep. It seems that this is being purified out. So whatever this experience was, this recent experience for you, Scorp, I feel like it's almost, it carries an important piece in closing out a cycle that's been long-standing with you. And it's been a cycle that has deteriorated your sense of self or your ability to stay aligned and contribute to your own well-being while also investing in other things that are going to enrich your life. So with that yang energy showing up in reverse with attraction and then pleasure in reverse, I think that it's like a misdirection of your life force energy. Maybe just being drawn to things that were distractions or that were shallow or didn't contain like nutrients or actual meat. It's like they were not substantial in a way that could really give to you. But it kind of feels like things that were not meant to be in your vicinity or taking from your attention, your energy, and your time, those were highlighted as sort of a purification process, sort of seeing what is not meant to be there so that you could gain clarity on what you do want around you. Because something that you'd been pursuing was actually, like I said, putting you, there was a deficit. It's like it was putting you in the red, almost like desire that was devouring you, but leaving you constantly hungry. Superficial, Oh, Luna just sneezed. Superficial desires, things that you now are forming healthy boundaries around in order to protect your peace and your deeper desires. So there could be a lot of things that we feel animalistically pulled to on a very superficial level, right? But then there are deeper desires that are actually, we're being pulled to them from a place within us of true resonance, not just like temptation or base level attraction, that kind of thing. It feels like in the present moment, though, you're sort of like going through and you're unpacking different truths, different elements. They could have to do with even different situations or relationships that you're revisiting. But you're kind of on this journey floating through, and it's interesting because you're in the boat. You're not swimming through the water. You're not immersed. It's not consuming you, which is good, especially for a Scorpio, because you know how we can be once we start digging into these energies. It's real easy to fall into those deep waters and get sucked into the depths of them. What is the main thing challenging you here from pulling yourself out of a feeling of lack? What's this Five of Pentacles? Reflection in reverse. You can't see your reflection in something. It's like you're still trying to find meaning in something, maybe. And you're not seeing how it found space in your life in potentially a kind of significant way when you were not seeking pain, you were seeking peace. And you were, I feel like, consciously and intentionally focused on not giving to things that were going to stunt your growth. You were in a space of trusting your intuition, and then you got involved in things that just kind of frustrated you or uprooted you from yourself, seemingly. I want to say seemingly, because I don't think that that's actually true. And not every situation that we bring towards us is meant to reflect us back at us. It can reflect something back at us that we're maybe meant to learn or integrate, but a situation can reflect something back at us that is missing within us as well. It's not always something that is already within us that we're meant to take note of. Or it could be something more specifically that is like unconscious within us, that does exist within us in some way, but we've never noticed it or seen it before. So whatever this is, there is a connection, but maybe just not in the way that you're expecting to find it, though, I want to say. Is there anything that we need to know about this Six of Cups and Five of Pentacles energies here in the present? It's almost like you're looking at your past and you're like, this does not represent me. This does not represent me. So like, how did I draw all of these things towards me? When I was giving to myself, or I thought I was giving to myself, how was I pulling things towards me that were taking from me or leaving me out in the cold? And that is a valid question. This, for some reason, is coming through, though, Scorp, as like an answer that's going to find you. Not an answer. It's like seek by keeping yourself open to the answer coming through, but I almost feel like the more you look for it, the more something might evade you. This is coming through as a natural process. You are coming out of this. You are purifying and processing and purging. And yes, there are parts of the past that are going to bubble up and want to be witnessed and observed, but it's more so that they can be released. And the truth that is left when all of that is released is, I feel like, the answer that you're seeking. So I think that's something you're naturally going to stumble upon, and you don't really need to stress out or put too much emphasis on, like, the hunt for it, I want to say. Yeah. What's the Six of Swords in the near future? I see your perspective expanding, your consciousness, your mind is opening here, and that's allowing for a calmer way of framing something. It's like you can put something in a frame that you feel peaceful and at ease with, because your understanding is expanding to fit whatever you don't get back here. So what way of thinking or what belief needs to be challenged to help Scorpio get there? Surrounding the past specifically. And the lesson that they're meant to learn here from it. Okay. There's two, support and forgiveness. So the trigger statements for both of these: I did not deserve this and I am not supported. It's like you know that there's more than what you've experienced, and you don't understand why, when you are actively seeking more, you keep on experiencing things that you're like, no, there's more than this, and I know that there's more than this, and I'm seeking more than this. So why do I keep like recycling and reliving this cycle of things that I don't feel like are an accurate reflection of what my soul and heart are seeking and what they hold? So you're trying to shift from these trigger statements here into a space of forgiveness and moving forwards with divine grace. So it says, allow the labels of judgment to disappear, see the situations and individuals through your heart, forgive yourself, and then take comfort and know that you are supported, nurture your inner child, and connect with the earth. So there's something about needing to ground and feel supported by Mother Earth, by like what is physical and tangibly strong, reliable, consistent, and supportive and tangible around you. So seek support in the things. They don't have to be human, they don't have to be relational, but the things that bring you comfort, not through like escapism and not through lack of moderation, but through a place of genuinely nurturing yourself and giving yourself what you need. I'm also getting sleep is important for you at this time. Sleep is very renewing. There's things that are processing and being released and forgiven while you sleep as well. So your dream state could be important at this time. But yeah, there's some sort of judgment that I feel like is what has blocked your perspective here. And it doesn't need to be like on purpose. It doesn't need to be, it could be even looking at something and saying like, I was not deserving of that. That is a judgment on a certain like situation or pattern or cycle, right? The judgment that I did not deserve that. And while you can know that something was not, you weren't deserving of being hurt, used, or, you know, whatever the case was for you here, that lens of judgment or that frame of mind is what's blocking something else that you do need to see. So you're being advised to try to see through the eyes of the heart from less of a biased space and more of a healthily detached place where you're not projecting or blaming, you're not judging either side. And I know that can be hard, but essentially this is saying try to forgive both yourself and others by seeing things from both sides. You are moving forwards though with your perspective. It's being renewed, but it is something that is difficult. Like forgiveness is not just coming to you easily with whatever this is. You could feel like a lot was taken from you over maybe a long period of time, something that maybe even a pattern that kept you feeling very stuck in the past. And it's almost like you feel as though you're just now free to move forwards from that, but you're gaining or you're seeking a deeper understanding before you release yourself fully. But again, don't do that at the expense of still continuing to allow yourself to move forwards in the natural progression of healing. Because there's something blossoming that is natural. It's a natural process that shouldn't be like controlled or dictated or put in a box. So Allow yourself to heal as you are. And the more you're going to gain more perspective and clarity, the more like distance that you get from something as well. Because that lens of judgment or maybe of like emotional intensity that connects you to these situations will lighten. That's part of it. Okay, the Three of Cups in reverse is your advice here. I'm gonna get an oracle card and then we'll clarify that to close. Three of Cups in reverse. Live and let live is something that I am feeling with that. Tell me about the Three of Cups in reverse and Scorpio's advice. Spell it out. Spell it out. Okay. It feels like it's pretty clear what is supportive of you and what is not at this time. I'm going to actually read what Spell It Out says in this book. I feel called to do that. So let me just see. Okay, so it says, state your intention, define your desires, press pen to paper and make it so. Once a thought, now ink glistening on a page, endless possibilities await. So yeah, as things become clear to you, like what is truly nurturing, what truly feeds you, what does not leave you starving, what is not just consuming you, like what is parasitic and what is symbiotic. Be really honest with yourself, spell it out. What are you giving to in your life and what do those things give to you? What do they supply to you? What kind of fulfillment? What kind of growth? What kind of reflection? What kind of, whatever it is that you're seeking, abundance, support, right? I feel like get really clear on that and you're going to see very strongly what is meant to dissolve at this time, what is no longer in alignment or maybe what never was. And then from that point, I feel state your intentions very clearly, define what your desires are and which desires are healthy and which are superficial, like we talked about before. What is just attraction and what will actually please you. And then accept that there is endless possibility and potential and make those new desires and intentions a reality through staying focused on them. Keeping them clear, direct, not convoluted, removing all the excess fat. And I feel like it could be a very abundant time that you're stepping into here as you make those distinctions. But it is important that you make clear distinctions. That's part of what's being highlighted in your advice. So is there anything else for Scorpio in regards to advice before I let them go? I don't feel like there is. I think that's what it is. It's going to feel pretty, yeah, you're going through your own natural process. So just feel your own way through it. You already know how it goes, although it differs a little bit every time. This is you, right? This is how you innately are. So you know, you're going to be able to make these choices for yourself that are in alignment with you as you go through that transformation. And that is what I see for you, Scorp. So I'm going to leave your message there. I freaking love you, as you know. And if you don't know, now you know. And yeah, we're going to move on to Sag. Hi, Sag. I feel like a lot could be going on for you guys right now. I started tapping into your energy and it just a lot flooded through. And I'm going to start actually with your advice. And when I was kind of like intuitively guided to do that, I saw like, it's hard to explain, but I saw me putting down the advice card and then like a backwards spiral. So kind of coming from the outside, working your way to the core of a thing, Or you could see it as working backwards, since the advice is technically the last thing in this spread that if you were to pull it like in sequence. So there could be messages in that for you. Something about starting out with a lot of perspective or zoomed out, and then kind of like refining your way to the core, to the gem at the middle of something. Okay, what advice do you have for Sag? I hope you're doing well, by the way. How are you? We're just diving into the deep end for you all. Storm and Fury. Maybe that's why you're meant to work your way backwards. Yeah. This is a pretty deep message. It could feel like there's a lot in flux right now. Call it what you will. Call it stormy weather, call it chaos, call it murky waters, or an absolute shit show, you know? I feel that there's just a lot happening around you, and from any point in this storm, other than the exact eye of it, it's gonna feel very destructive and scary, maybe even, and just furious and violent and chaotic and unclear. And it feels like the center that you're working towards of the storm has to do with knowing yourself. Like you're gonna find something vital there connected to knowing yourself. Wow, and under know yourself or know thyself, there's this card, an answer but not the solution, and it has like a maze. But in the middle of the maze, working your way to the center, is this infinity loop. I feel like there's some deep truth about yourself that you are zooming in or zoning in on. Maybe as you get some perspective, context, or unpack things like in a way that you haven't. Let's get your tarot cards though. I'm just gonna pull all of them at once and we will see what we are feeling. Okay, show me what's going on with Sag. Thanks. Yeah, I don't feel like this does feel chaotic to you because you're taking this approach. It's very much giving the Temperance energy. It's very much giving you in your unbothered power. Like it could be an absolute shit show around and within you, and you're still gonna make it look sexy, you know? And it's not about playing it off. It's about you are Temperance. Temperance looks calm and angelic on the surface and perfectly balanced and harmonious and in natural flow, right? But that's like the state of the universe, the state of you and all of those different interworkings and elements and variables being in a state of perfect alignment and like perfection all the time, right? No one is in a state of perfect harmony all the time. No human. It's something that we kind of fall in and out of depending on a lot of the time, intention and approach. And I think that you're very present with your experience, and you are applying some sort of feels very like practical and grounded approach, but it's because you know, Temperance being your card, you only find, you know, sometimes you find peace through going through a lot of hell. Sometimes you find softness at the end of a very violent road. You never know how people pick up the things that they do in life, right? Or why they are a certain way. What brought them there? You're able to take this grounded and relatively clear approach because you know that it's leading you somewhere, because it always does. Every time things get this way or feel like this. This is like giving, I'm seasoned at this. This is my game. You're all just kind of playing it, but you're not, it's not cocky again. It's just kind of like grounded, a little bit in your lane. Like it feels maybe eye on the prize whatever that is for you. The challenge or lesson is the 10 of Cups, okay? So specifically your emotional body and feeling like clear and fulfilled, open and abundant and receptive, within that's the element that might be giving you a bit of resistance or trouble with the 10 of Cups coming out in your challenge. The Knight of Swords in reverse. Okay, well, could be shots fired, regrets potentially had, or someone either knew what they were saying and said something that can never be taken back, that has implications, or they said something from like an ignorant sort of place. Like not even being rude, but just they thought they knew something, but they didn't. But this communication with the Knight of Swords can indicate sharp communication, but it can also indicate not communicating, like not saying that you don't understand and then gaining the answer, but more so staying in a state of confusion. But the Knight of Swords in reverse is someone who doesn't have the answer to what they are seeking and what would make them confident moving forwards or expanding their consciousness further. So that could be you or that could be someone else, but this is the state of someone in your recent past. What about the near future? The 7 of Cups. Okay. Well, yeah, it's kind of continued confusion. Yeah, this is emotional imbalance or overwhelm, emotional like overstimulation, even opening yourself up to many energetic influences too. This can be like the result of not having strong energetic boundaries or not being intentional and then engaging with certain energies, and it's like they pass an essence of themselves onto you. And it's not like, it's usually just a light attachment or a cord that connects us and we can feel them through it, right? So this is either you kind of like continuing to invest in some sort of long-term project or goal, it feels like. Despite not having all the answers, you're kind of just like, I know what I'm doing. I'm going to keep doing the only thing that is grounding me through this storm. I'm going to continue like those daily habits and rituals that I know serve me. I'm going to keep on putting time, energy, effort, and intention into something that I've been building for a while. And I'm going to trust it and have faith despite not being entirely sure what's going to come. Like, it's like you don't know. You know something's coming up from the soil, but it's going to be a surprise to you what that is when it breaks ground, is kind of how that feels. Like there's a lot of unknowns around what you're investing your energy into, which I find interesting. And I see that kind of just cascading and manifesting more of the same. And I'm not even really saying that that's a bad thing. The 7 of Cups can be very creative, because it's kind of flowing in all directions, feeling everything all at once. And yes, that can be confusing and overwhelming. But you can also choose to kind of be playful with it, almost like dive into the intensity and like the arousal of it and see what it wants to show you and take that. It's like experiential wisdom from exploring something. Here. It's almost like your own creation starts guiding you. If that makes sense. Taking on, the energy is kind of taking on a trajectory of its own. But I don't feel like it's bad. It's coming through as a guiding force. I hope this is making sense. Okay, let's get one more card for advice to clarify these oracles. Yeah, there could be a lot of imagination, creation, fantasy, and that can go to a dark place, like an obsessive, possessive, addictive place, or that can go to a creative, playful place as well. Exploratory. Interesting, I didn't see that turnover. It's the only extra card in this deck, Reverie. I think that's the only one that's turned over. It was hiding from me. Reverie is like the ultimate goal. It's almost like you're giving to something and you have faith in it, but you don't really know what it is becoming. You know, all this energy, effort, intention, attention, heart, soul, blood, sweat, tears, it's going somewhere. But like I said, it's almost opened up and it's blooming in, I feel like, a much bigger, more substantial way than maybe you ever suspected. And well, that you can approach that from the standpoint of being excited and wanting to explore it and be inspired and creative with it, right? There's also an element where you can be fearful or confused or indulgent. But I feel this is leading you to something that's expanding. It's like you're getting sucked in and you're just seeing the details of it here as it kind of opens up before you. But here you have the whole picture. And it's like everything you've ever wanted. But since you're working your way in with the backwards spiral, coming through the storm, it's like you're coming from the outside and you're working your way to the eye of the storm, which is where you find this vital part of yourself. You know thyself more deeply. And I think that through that's what pushes you into this reverie. Because this is not an actual destination or physical place. This is you, like, loving your life. This is you feeling exactly how you want to feel, feeling full, feeling at peace, feeling like things are in a state of harmony, self-sustainable harmony, like almost effortless harmony. And again, even through wild times, you're able to, because you know yourself, put yourself in the eye of any storm or difficulty and find reverie there. Find your own Garden of Eden, find your own heaven. Because that's a place you create and carry with you. So this is where this is all leading you to, at the core of everything. I want to see what your perspective is here. I just want to dig a little deeper into you because I'm kind of not satisfied with the Seven of Pentacles. It's boring. A little bit. Love you so much. But you're not boring. So I know that there's more going on here than you're showing. And I understand why you showed up like that. But I want to see a little more of your internal state. What's going on in there? Like, what's fueling this Seven of Pentacles? What's keeping you aligned and faithful despite not knowing a lot here? Okay, Harmony came out in reverse. Trigger statement, I am boiling over. True statement, I allow myself to feel. Give yourself space to decompress and take time to nurture your body, mind, and spirit. Allow emotions to surface and release. Makes me feel like you're still sorting something out internally in the way that you feel about yourself. Like, how in harmony with yourself do you truly feel? And what have you been carrying that keeps you out of alignment with yourself? What needs to be felt and released? There's something that wants to break free here, though. It wants to be recognized, heard out, like emoted, expressed. And it doesn't have to be in an overly dramatic or emotional way, but it's like, yeah, it does need somewhere to go is what this feels like. I feel like this is also for you. Letting go. Trigger statement, this is not the way it's supposed to be. True statement, I am free. See, you're at peace with something, but you haven't fully processed some sort of feeling around it. And that feeling is what's causing a little feeling of being out of sync or out of alignment with yourself. It's causing a bit of a lack of harmony within you, and it's something that needs to be released. It says, lift up your burdens and allow the divine to free you from them. Allow yourself to be cleansed of anything that's weighing you down. You can release this and ground it in a very tangible way. From these two things, I'm almost getting it asserting your life force energy in a very physical way. And I feel like you're doing that already in terms of some sort of work, but it might be a great time for you to start a new workout routine that actually like excites you because it's something new, or go to a class that pushes you outside, just something new that's exciting, and that is challenging. Like, I don't feel like this is a time for Zen yoga. I feel like this is a time for like a kickboxing class. This is a time for some sort of creative art project, but it's like you throwing paint at a wall. Do you know what I mean? It's something that's meant to be hands-on, like a little bit messy, has some meat to it, and gives this energy a powerful place to be projected instead of boiling over within you. What else do I want to clarify? I want to know more about this. Actually, yeah. I really feel like this is just you at harmony with yourself, the 10 of Cups. It's this tied to this reverie energy, again, that state that you carry within you that was self-cultivated and self-sustaining. So I'm just going to clarify that little guy there. See what comes out, and I think we'll leave it at that. 7 of Cups. It doesn't feel like there's an intrigue about it, and it doesn't feel bad or threatening. But it also feels like it takes some nerve. The only way out is through. And then there's this card where this guy's saying, you're so chill. And she says, thanks, I don't care about anything anymore. Okay. So maybe these are the things that you haven't let yourself feel and release. Maybe that's what you're having to work through. And these things are being presented to you in a myriad of ways. Could be in interactions with people and things around you that pull certain things out of you, but they will be, I want to say, extracted, because you not allowing yourself to feel something, you not going directly through it, is in some way, I feel like, numbing out your experience. And you're meant to be feeling like really fucking good, really good. So you're not supposed to sacrifice that. So if there's something from the past that no longer aligns with you, that you haven't let yourself feel, the release of that is because it's blocking something that is meant to be felt deeply and fully. It's something that you've earned. You've built it inside of yourself. And I feel like it is a state of peace and harmony and temperance, dare I say. So my loves, I'm going to leave your message there. Love what you're doing here. I have no doubt that this will continue to unravel ahead of you here. You are liberated and you are going through a powerful release, but it is a journey that can really take you places that I feel like are going to inspire you and connect you with your heart and your truth in a deeper way. So don't be afraid to go there. All right, Sag, I love you so much. I will talk to you again soon. Hello, Capricorn. All right, let's do it. Let's see where you're at, what wants to be highlighted, what wants to happen here. I think I'm going to pull one of these oracle cards first to give me some insight into the current energy and where you are at. We'll pull the tarot cards and have some other oracle decks here that I'm going to use too. Okay, show me Capricorn. Show me Capricorn's energy. I hope you guys are doing well. Earthed. Learning how to be human in the world, but not of it. Okay, this kind of makes me feel like you are surrendering to a degree, but also it's like you're surrendering to the reality of what something is while finding a way to hold peace and healthy boundaries within that. So it's like learning how to function here, maybe as a human in a new way. You could be learning how to balance your spirituality and your like 3D practical sort of lives or energies a little bit more. There's something about groundedness that's happening here though. Groundedness. So it's not like completely just living in like the Matrix or the 3D or tangible world only, but it is also letting that element work for you while still experiencing something higher or outside of that. Okay, let's get a couple of cards here. Let's get your tarot out to build on that. Yeah, the Ace of Wands, source energy. I feel like this is you learning how to connect energetically again in a way that doesn't like deny any part of your experience, but it kind of allows them to work hand in hand, side by side in more of an integrated and symbiotic way, where the really grounded, maybe in practical, consistent parts of your life are going to end up being actually more infused, it feels like, with life force energy and even maybe an element of kind of like magic. Okay. Challenge or lesson that you might be facing at this time most prominently. The Page of Swords in reverse, conflict. Okay. The past, recent past. Whoa, okay. Happiness, near future. Flip over there. Okay. Near future. Hi, loons. Okay. And advice. The Empress in reverse. Okay. So let's see here. Cap. All right, so we might come back to this a little bit, but I want to focus on the challenge or lesson for a second here. So the Page of Swords in reverse, conflict being your greatest challenge at this time. This could be a couple things, so I'm going to further clarify, but it feels like, first of all, there's maybe been some assumptions that you have made that maybe weren't totally based on physical evidence. It could have been more based on fear. It could have been based on a level of internal conflict. But I'm feeling like there is presumptions and projections and that kind of thing here. Can you tell me more? Hi, Noonie. Can you tell me more about that? I want to get an oracle card for that as well. There could have been also like a lack of going to the source for the answers or the information. It's interesting because it's like the assumptions that you made may have created more conflict in a physical situation, but it's like something about the assumptions you were making were made to also alleviate a level of internal conflict around something, maybe, is what I'm kind of getting from that. And I do see like some confusion and just... yeah, that was too many cards. That's still too many cards. Hold on. Okay, never mind. Luna was trying to jump up on the bed and she just left the room and decided not to, I guess. Okay, let's see. I don't know why more than one keeps coming out, but we don't want that. That could actually just be a sign here that a clarifier is not needed right now. There's more to come out of this, just naturally. Okay, so this could also be somebody else. It could be someone else in your energy as well as you or instead of you. That you're trying to avoid conflict with, someone who maybe you find to be a little bit erratic or maybe ignorant. It's like the things that they don't know, they think that they know, and they speak as if they know, and you could feel like this person is either committed to misunderstanding you or they're just so certain that they know something that they really don't, that it's just not worth. It's like they have a closed mind. So it's maybe someone that you feel like it's not totally worth communicating or opening yourself up to right now. It could be also someone that you just don't trust, like you not trusting yourself or you not trusting someone else. Tell me more about the Page of Cups, or Swords, sorry, in Capricorn's challenge or lesson. Postponement, the Four of Swords. Yeah, it's like if this was you making assumptions, then it could have been those assumptions were made to alleviate a level of internal conflict. But it was only postponing it. And that was actually throwing you off from having like a restful, peaceful mind or state of mind overall. It may have alleviated the conflict like in the moment, but really it's looking like it was just postponing something that you would have to face eventually anyways. For some of you, that has to do with your feelings around something. Being honest with yourself about that. Yeah, projections in reverse, the Seven of Cups in reverse, exactly. Being very honest with like the reality of what you can actually see in front of you surrounding something, not allowing yourself to make something more complicated than it is through projecting or through thinking about all the things that could be, that maybe there's something you just don't know as well. And that could be some of what was creating conflict within, is like not having information and not getting it maybe from somewhere outside of yourself, or knowing that you won't. There could have been just either an avoidance altogether of something, or an emphasis on projecting possible things, and then also projecting assumptions. So not doing that is what this is really coming down to in your lesson. But more than anything, I see it being like you finding the ability to settle on a level of truth, even if you know that there's still some things you don't know. It's like finding your truth, grounding your truth, so that your energy doesn't get drained by something that is not completely settled or reconciled, either within you or like in a situation dealing with other people as well. It's basically being able to find peace within a level of confusion and then carry that peace forwards without creating more conflict or complexity in something, just being grounded in your own energy, so that that energy doesn't, essentially so that it's not like used for something that's not really helping you or helping the situation become more clear. So what's this Nine of Cups in reverse in the recent past? Let's get some more oracle cards. It feels like I'm just getting like let down, something being you being let down by something. And it was 11:11 on the recording time when I said that. So it could be something that specifically, like, sometimes the Nine of Cups can be considered the wish fulfillment card. So it's like, if there's a fantasy or a dream that you have, everything that you could ever wish for, the Nine of Cups can sometimes be read as you receiving that. So this could be you having been invested in something that you thought was going to make you incredibly happy and fulfill you in some sort of way. Expect powerful change. Yeah, see, it could be too that there's something that you knew that you were unhappy with, or you knew that it wasn't going exactly the way you desired it. But in the past, I see you sort of clinging to this idea that there could be radical change. This is the new moon eclipse card. So it's like not just expecting change, which would be like something that a new moon would bring in, but the eclipse talks about like life altering change, like the kind of change that is so powerful that it can shift things in a very major kind of way. So I feel like something in the past was not fulfilling you, but you may not have been completely honest with yourself about why that was, or even about the fact that you weren't happy. You could have been clinging instead to this idea that something would change and projecting that expectation onto something to avoid conflict surrounding, the truth. I'm just seeing you embody and express and direct like your life force energy in a way where you're being more real with yourself, and energy is not getting wasted on unknowns, assumptions, projections, beating a dead horse, or trying to make something into something else. So in the near future is the Two of Wands possibilities. What is that about? It feels like luck is on your side. New moon in Sagittarius. that's coming up and not actually that far away, right? We're in Libra season, Scorpio season's right around the corner, really. And then Sag is after that. And the new moon in Sagittarius will be in Sag season, obviously. It feels like in Scorpio season, it's going to be about working through some fears in order to really like unravel and get comfortable with the truth that is available to you. And that just might be, again, about admitting like, I thought this was going to be something. It turned out that I did not get the feeling or the outcome that I wanted from something. And I can still maybe have this intuitive feeling that I think something is going to still shift and change. But at the same time, in order to ground myself and have peace of mind and, you know, have more sovereignty over my energy and my experience, there's also something I need to admit about what things are now. And in doing that, you actually free up a lot of energy and space for more possibilities because you're able to like land on that truth and settle on it for now, leave space for it to still evolve as new information comes in or things possibly change. But it's like you can decide something, you can set it aside and be like, I've resolved this unresolved thing within myself for now. We can put that aside and we can open up space for something new. And it feels like through that, you do enter a phase of more prosperity and expansion and fresh energy. But like real fresh energy coming up. The Two of Wands is like having an active choice to make. So I feel like a new path opens up ahead of you and you're going to have a choice which direction you want to go. There is going to be like energetic support, something supporting your overall abundance and well-being in the near future as you make that choice, I feel. Is there anything else you want to say about that? That energy feels a little bit elusive and mysterious, but it's like in an exciting way. Like I feel as though it's supposed to stay that way. Yeah, I'm going to leave that. So your advice here is the Empress in reverse with creativity. Okay, so that is Venusian energy. Venusian energy. Can you tell me more about this advice for Capricorn? One message that's coming through is that something is meant to come to you. Something is just meant to come to you. It's not something that you have to create. In terms of like moving parts or gathering materials or I don't know. It's not about that. Yeah, it's just about something's just meant to come to you. Affluence. This is all about wealth and abundance, which is also what the Empress is about. But this is kind of highlighting with all this green that this is going to come to you when you are aligned with your heart. It's not something that you need to plan. It's not something, again, that you need to like gather everything for. Like it's a recipe that you're going to like gather the ingredients. I feel like relief is going to come as you transmute some energy. Some confusing energy or some misplaced or misdirected energy maybe. And it kind of just feels like maybe you're not wrong about, I'm not saying that you're wrong about any of these things. It's just that the energy is being focused too much in those places. And so it's getting in your own way at this point in time. It's not allowing like breathing room for things to just naturally unfold in the energy at their given time. The good things are coming to you, but there might be a belief about yourself and your own worth and value that is making it difficult for you to just believe that aligning with the truth of who you are is enough to call these things towards you. Tell me more about the Empress in reverse. This is more about connecting to creativity from a less like assertive place, and more of an inspired place. So it's more like I'm seeing this as taking in creative energy, receiving inspiration, kind of like letting the world be your muse, observing and then allowing yourself to be inspired and letting that energy build inside of you. But not necessarily pushing it outwards or putting it into something yet, just kind of holding it in you and recognizing that energy as a magnetizing force. And then this is just kind of going to come to you from that energetic alignment and embodiment and belief in yourself. That's what I'm getting. So I actually don't feel like I need to clarify that, but I think that there's going to be the triumph. Like, I feel like a dream that you have had in the past is blooming. You haven't seen the success yet because maybe you've been working on it, trying to make it happen faster. But I feel like there's been healing that has needed to happen along the way, specifically around how you perceive things, how much space you give them to unfold naturally without being feeling like you need to control or know or dictate things, you know, or assume things. Yeah. And then also just seeing your own worth and knowing that the most powerful thing that you can do to manifest is just come into alignment and sovereign expression over yourself, your own being, and to be clear on who you are and what you want to feel in order to live a fulfilling and enriched life. And just kind of having faith that when you do that, that is such a powerful force that alone can move you into a state of triumph. Because, you know, even with you exerting less energy, because you will just draw these things to you. So it's kind of allowing yourself to have faith in that, is your advice. And then take your hands off the wheel somewhat and see these things seemingly luckily flow into you. Okay. So those are the messages I have for you right now, Capricorn. I'm sending you lots of love as per always. I hope that you're doing just wonderful, and I will talk to you again soon. Bye. Hello, Aquarius. What's good, babes? I hope that you are doing great. And we're gonna get into it or see what wants to be gotten into. See what's going on, what wants to be highlighted, what's important for you to pay some attention to at this time. Okay, let's see. There's something about like something coming through about walking around the perimeter or like the outskirts of something, the edge of something, but not going in, like almost going in, maybe even coming dangerously close to slipping in. Interesting. Danger. So there's something about fear here as well. Something that you feel maybe super drawn to, but you're kind of just like circling or approaching it carefully because of some sort of fear. I don't know why that's coming through, but let's see what the cards say. Show me Aqua. Show me where Aqua's at. Thank you. 7 of Wands in reverse. Okay. Let's get all the cards. Something about like looking at the whole picture. I think that's where the fear is coming from. Okay. Valid. Valid. Give me a second. And then I will speak on that. Liberating yourself from the fear. I knew there was something about that. there's a dismantling that's happening here, a dismantling, and it feels quite uncomfortable because what you are dismantling is your defenses, your safeguards, you could even call them. You are, it's not that you're dropping your boundaries in the sense that you're not like still respecting yourself and that there's not lines that people could cross that you would notice or enforce. It's not that. It's more like somewhere where there was a barrier or resistance previously, and maybe for a good reason, but there was some sort of defense in place previously, and that's being removed in order to open up a possibility. Open up and make space for the road to branch into a fork. And this is the main challenge right now, though, or it's a lesson that you're learning. The way is opening, but it's opening through a dismantling, not through... There's something about this being something that is being broken down, not added on, that is significant. So I don't know if maybe you normally... Well, yeah, that would make sense, especially if it has to do with like a mentality or a way of thinking, because you are fixed air. It makes sense that you would want to like add wisdom or knowledge on to something, or even bring new energy in some way in order to open something up or move forwards. But this is actually requiring you to break something down, something, a way of thinking or perceiving. You've gotten to the end of it. It's taken you as this line of thought or perspective has taken you as far as it can. And there was a painful breaking point, but there's something about it, there being a breach here. A breach. It's almost like you had something you were sure of, some form of, framing something or a perception around something. And I feel like something penetrated that. Maybe this is a belief that you were using as a defense. But it's like something broke through that and it struck you in, it's coming through as a vulnerable place. Like this perspective was meant, it's been meant to evolve, but maybe it hadn't for some time because it morphed into being a defense mechanism of some sort, or something that you hid behind, or I don't know, weaponized a little bit. I hope this is making sense. Something was able to like pierce through that in the past. And there was a lot of pain and maybe confusion, maybe even the feeling of betrayal or abandonment. But what it really did was make you think differently about something. And with the 10 of Swords, it is that breaking point where you cannot really go back to where you were before. Like your mind has shifted or something has shifted you and you're not looking at things the same way. And oftentimes that has to do with pain being the force that kind of like breaks us down. But with this here, it indicates that like there can be an Ace of Swords. There can be a new way of seeing things. Yeah, the Hierophant in reverse, it's like an old belief system or an old, maybe even a traditional way of approaching or perceiving something needed to be shaken up. But this was something quite foundational. I want to say that it is like it was a well-established idea, or yeah, like something that you had kind of built upon for some time. So again, maybe this was some sort of baseline core idea or value or belief that in some way became like a comfort zone, and it was always meant to be broken down and rebuilt or expanded on, something like this. But instead it became kind of rigid and restrictive, maybe. Something painful happened, but it did serve the purpose to penetrate this and show you where like you were not in alignment with your belief, something about a core belief that you were stating, or there's something that was weak in it, because I feel like it had been outgrown in a way. It's coming through as like there's something about this that was no longer aligned with you. And some sort of experience put you in a position to see that. Now it feels like you are consciously and intentionally in an energy of having been disarmed by this experience, but it feels like you're also aware that you need to hold yourself in this state and not just, it's like you don't have this to run back to and put up as a shield again. Because it has been broken through. So something new needs to be formed. And as of right now, there's an openness, a space where something new can be built. Yeah. I want to know more about that Seven of Wands in reverse in the present. So where there's a blank slate or something has been closed out, right? When we reconcile something energetically, then it creates this like blank slate. And you could see the blank slate technically as being the Two of Wands. It's a fork in the road. It's like you have something raw that you can do whatever you want with. What do you want to create out of that? What do you want to put in that open space? What do you want to build on the ashes of this thing that fell apart? So you see what I mean? It's like an openness in order to create this question that holds a lot of potential and possibility and kind of magic in it. But it's not meant to be approached, it's meant to be approached very carefully, like thoughtfully, intentionally, not acted on impulsively. Let me see. Tell me more about Aqua's energy and the Seven of Wands in reverse. Tell me more about that. Seven of Wands in reverse, yeah. I can't tell how uncomfortable you are in this space right now, so that's why I want to get a little bit more. Okay, sweet. So the Divine Feminine energy with the Prince. I feel like these are both you right now. This might be a little more subconscious or like emotional or intuitive, but it's like there's different places in you that are being disarmed right now. But yeah, it is a receptivity and an openness. That is what the feminine energy or yin is. It's the active principle of receptivity. So intuitive, grounded, open, trusting, receptive, but still with boundaries, compassion, magnetic, creative, supportive, authentic, and surrendered. In flow, because there's nothing like caging you in. You're not like, yes, something was shielding you or protecting you from whatever you needed it to previously, but it was also making it impossible for you to move forwards in an unobstructed way and a totally free way. So you have the Prince then, romantic charm and potential for power. I don't know if this is like the focus. I feel like this is more something that's happening just as fallout from you opening up in general, but your heart is opening as well. This receptivity is reaching your heart. So if your heart had some defenses or rigidity around it, it feels like the edges are softening. And there's something coming in where you're opening up to the possibility of like romance and feeling empowered by connections. Because you better know yourself from this whole situation, even though you're still in the process of rebuilding. You for sure know that you are not any longer like boldly claiming to be aligned with something that you had actually outgrown or weren't seeing the misalignment in, right? And so even the unknown is more comfortable, I feel like, than you would feel knowing that you were like still in this. Because I feel like the one thing that most Aquarians hate more than anything is like ignorance, whether it is, I mean, it's worse if it's chosen ignorance, like someone choosing to be, you know, to not pay attention to things that are important. But it's another thing when there's just something you just don't see. And that just is what it is, right? That's just like, you don't know things until you know them. And that's how humans work. And sometimes it sucks to be like, you know, whatever. I just feel like this is good, is what I'm saying. Even the uncomfortable part of cracking yourself open to forming some sort of new belief that's actually going to potentially shift like your trajectory in life. It's opening up your heart too. And I feel like this has something to do with what's coming in the near future, which is the Eight of Swords in reverse. This is liberation from some sort of fear that has been prominent and very present. So let's see what that might have been. What's the fear? What does the fear have to do with? Tell me more about the Eight of Swords. And again, this is mental. This is all, you're in your realm of things. You're in your element, excuse me, doing this work, which also helps. Yes, it is a big shift and it makes sense. I mean, Pluto is in your sign right now. So yeah, this makes sense. Things were always going to get drastically transformed, transmuted, taken apart, put back together. Like all of that was always going to happen with Pluto. So you kind of just got to fuck with it and kind of like let it turn you on more than terrify you. You know what I mean? Get kinky with it. I mean, that is Pluto. It's like you find a way to be excited by the darkness and it gives you the courage to jump in. This is what Scorpios know. So I must not fear. Fear is the vibe killer. There's something about opening up, like, it's interesting because these parts that are cracking open and becoming receptive of you now, they're beautiful parts. Like they're charming, powerful parts. They are intuitive, compassionate, loving, and creative parts of you. But they were being stifled or like restricted behind the shield of whatever this perception was, or they were blurred in the frame that you had around something, the way you were framing your perception of something. You only like gain speed as that happens. You only get more courageous as you see like that there wasn't as much to fear as you thought, or that you've grown into someone or learned something or gained enough wisdom to be able to face old fears in new ways, and then they don't seem as big and scary. But there's something here, it looks like, that forced you to readdress a fear. But it's lovely because even if that was painful, you're seeing that this isn't something that you're actually all that afraid of anymore, I don't think. So your advice is the Chariot in reverse. Okay. Part of this, I think, is, again, like, don't move. Take your time. Connecting to the fullness of how you feel and allowing that to, like, getting comfortable in this energy. Again, this more intuitive and emotional, receptive energy. Because I feel like you're going to get guidance here. And you'll know, like, you'll know when you know. The Chariot is cardinal water. It's like when you feel something and that the fullness of that conviction is behind the feeling, that is when you move with the full force of that behind you. And you're pretty much like unfuckwithable from that point. Someone who is strongly convicted and passionate and feels what they're moving towards and knows, like feels it in their fucking bones, the chances of stopping someone that's coming from that place are far less than someone who has like weak intent or isn't really, is doing things for more superficial reasons, let's say. So the advice is to wait until you know. And some knowing is going to come through emotionally and intuitively. That is what I think it needs time to kind of build on itself. Tell me more about the Chariot in reverse. But you will be shown the way to move with heart. Like, it will be a direction that resonates with all parts of you, including your heart, though. That's something that will be significant. It'll be like an identifying factor along the next path, I feel like, that is really aligned with you here. It's something that is you're going to be strongly connected intuitively and from the heart and soul to whatever this is. There's an element of maybe it even feeling like a part of your purpose in this life. Yeah, fucking look at that. Look at that. Passion. Exactly what I was saying. So yeah, I love this because the passion and the heart and just the genuine connection to it is overriding. It's like it's eclipsing the fear. I think that you had a belief that you had to be caution. You had to use a lot of caution or be very cautious being vulnerable with these specific parts of yourself because it was only going to cause pain and sadness. It's like you had faith that you would not receive the abundant care that you needed for your heart and soul if you made those parts more readily available or open. But there's something that is coming to you and bringing new life into those places. And I think it's just you like holding space and recognizing the power of them once again. And it feels kind of like reconnecting with a part of yourself that you haven't. It feels almost like reconnecting with an old friend that every time you meet up with them again, it's like things just start off right where they left off because you have that kind of connection. But there is that sense of like there's been time. It feels good to reconnect. And that's sort of the sensation that I'm feeling with this. Because you've had this within you this whole time. It's kind of like you welcoming it back to the front lines of your embodiment and your expression, allowing it to have more time with your focus on it and you helping it grow and it helping to guide you. And it's exciting because whatever this more fearful, limited perspective was, it was outgrown. And I feel like this is kind of pushing you into a radical new It's very Aquarian. It's exciting. It's innovative for you. It's something you haven't done before. It's an approach that you're taking that feels exciting and like boundary pushing, and it lights you up. So I really love this for you. But yeah, you're going to feel when is the right time to move. You're just going to know with certainty. It's going to be like a feeling in your heart and soul. So wait until then, but do pursue this beautiful path, this beautiful evolving you. And yeah, I'm leaving your message there, Aqua. I love you so much. And let's move on to Pisces. Pisces. Hi. Hi. I'm so glad to be coming to you on this little journey. Finally getting to you. I hope that you guys have been so incredibly well. Okay, while I was getting into your energy, by the way, I'm sucking on a cough drop. I'm sorry. Your messages started channeling through. I'm gonna try to keep the mouth sounds to a bare min, okay? But just in case there are any slips, my throat is very sore. So as I was tuning into your energy, I was hearing to pull 3 tea leaf cards, and I was seeing them kind of as an arch in your current energy, and I heard the crest of the current arc. The crest of the current arc. And it makes me feel like these energies are almost like a wave that you're reaching the crest of, maybe. So we're gonna see what's going on a little bit. Okay. We're gonna start, I guess we'll start with this one. I was going to split the deck into 3 and pull one from each part because this deck is huge and hard to shuffle. Okay. But this is the way that it is happening. Okay, let's get one more. So the bow and the needle and thread. So far, this looks pretty good. Okay. The bow, it says you are highly thought of, needle and thread, a sincere wish will be granted. And the teapot, deep friendship with someone of the same sex. Okay. All right, so someone or people in general have been seeing you in a positive light, I feel like, here for if this is your message, Pisces. Because of that, well, I don't want to say just because of that, but it does seem like aligned with that. It's like you're just getting a lot of positive feedback right now from people around you, from the universe, granting a wish or a manifestation coming to you. And then also there are new friends and new connections that are maybe presenting themselves to you as well. I don't think it totally matters if this is someone of the same sex, but I think it is indicating that it is someone that is coming in as like a friend, not something romantic. I think that's kind of the distinction there. Okay, well, let's get your tarot cards. Let's get the main spread all down, and we'll see what that adds to this. Okay. Okay. Can you show me Pisces' current energy? Where are they within this? Okay. The 6 of Swords, making moves. And the Seven of Cups, okay. Moving into uncharted territories. Perhaps that's exciting. New waters, new adventures on the horizon, new options, connections to things that are making you feel new ways, which is exciting. Let's see what your greatest challenge or lesson is at this time. I'm just gonna get all your cards down before I dive too much into things. Okay. Leaving the past in the past to go somewhere new. That is the greatest challenge. That's understandable. It tends to be, I think, where people get hung up along that process. Let's see here. Put that there. Recent past, okay. The near future. Oh, yeah, things are definitely shifting. And advice. It feels kind of like you are standing on a threshold here, Pisces. And some thresholds, I feel like we are, some thresholds we walk ourselves over, you know, and others we are thrown across. But generally with the threshold, there's this like, there's no going back kind of energy about it. Like once you've shifted dimensions, once you've moved from one form or space to another, that's it. So there's something that is shifting here, and it's definitely a positive shift based on where you've been in the recent past here, which is a space that's showing up as one of somewhat mental anguish. It's fear, it's anxiety, it's rumination. It's something that you cannot get off of your mind to the point that it kind of haunts you. So like in your quiet moments, you may do things to escape this energy, or to subdue it. But it kind of paints the picture of someone who's like up at night, with a racing mind, or with, an unquiet mind. So I want to know what that was surrounding, that anxiety specifically here. Can you tell me about that in the recent past? But in the present, you're shifting into a new and a more harmonized or aligned or even evolved state of consciousness. And along with this, you're seeing new opportunities and potential opening up before you. So you are breaking out of this. And I think that you're just going to continue gaining speed with that energy the more you push forwards. But there is some sort of sticky, like kind of residue from the past that I want to say is almost like not pulling you back in, but it's like it's a habit that you're breaking. It's almost as though the past was consistently stressful or something like that. You were in a situation where this was the baseline, is kind of what I'm getting. And this is somewhat coming through as a nervous system reset a little bit. So I think that the challenge or the lesson being the Six of Cups in reverse, which is moving out of the past, especially emotionally, it's like as your mind changes around something and you start seeing something more clearly or from a more peaceful perspective, allowing your emotional state to shift with that and not get stuck where it has been just because that feels somewhat like comfortable or predictable or safe, even if it hasn't felt good. What was kind of contributing to this Nine of Swords though? Okay, Okay, so there could have been like an imbalance in a connection for some of you. Some of you, you were giving your, well, it could be either side actually, where there's a lack of reciprocation or the intentions were coming from a bit of a different place. This card is showing a girl who's making out with someone because she's 8 drinks in, and the guy is kissing her because he has genuine feelings, or it's coming from the heart. So there could have been a stressful situation in the past because you were trying to connect with things in a lighter, more casual way, and other people's hearts kept getting, you know, super invested. Or it could have been you, that you were trying to have genuine connections and you kept ending up with people who were just wanting to skim the surface or wanting to connect for more superficial or fleeting reasons, maybe. Is there anything else about that? So it could have been one specific connection. This could also be just overall that you have felt like you are skimming the surface of your life. Like maybe you're looking around and other people are like have this lust for life or this conviction, or they're really excited about the path that they're on and what they're pursuing and pouring themselves into. It's coming from the heart. And maybe you've been anxious because you feel like you are committed to a path that you don't feel the same way about. Like it's something that you felt like was more, I'm just seeing you realizing that you're not aligned with something and you're not necessarily going to get what you want because of that. Whether that was a connection or just a personal pursuit, something just wasn't on your level. So whether that was you pursuing a goal that you're realizing you're no longer really connected to from the heart, or being connected to someone who just wasn't on the same page. That's what I feel like that is. So the world is kind of opening up for you here as you move away from the past. The 8 of Wands in the near future is a lot of energy and expression and engagement and things just kind of picking up speed or intensity. It can indicate a lot coming towards you. But I'm also seeing like you're getting the ball rolling. You are choosing to change your mind. And things are kind of feeling that ripple out and responding to it. So new people are being drawn into your life who want to be part of your community, or they want to be your friend. People are seeing you in a different light. Maybe they're seeing things about you that they were failing to see before. And I feel like you're getting credit where credit is due. Just for being kind of like you, but also like your wishes and your needs are being taken care of. Things are being granted to you. This is all showing up as a ripple effect from this. It's you opening yourself up to new experiences as well. So this is kind of coming through as a collaborative effort. You're opening up space in your life for new things, and then that's flooding in. Resilience. It fell down here on the challenger lesson. There might be some sort of like expectation where you feel like you're giving up by walking away from something that you've put a lot of like effort and strength and energy into, focus on. It's almost like there's something that's sort of tugging at you and saying, are you sure you want to leave all this behind? Like, remember everything that you've poured into it. But it's not really about what you've put into it. That shouldn't be like an anchor to something that you no longer find is a good fit for you, or isn't bringing the richness and beauty into your life that you desire, right? Just like, well, I've already done this much. That's not necessarily a good enough reason to stay. And I'm not saying throw in the towel if you're having second doubts, but I am saying that if there's a genuine misalignment on a heart and soul level, it's going to feel heavier to keep pushing than it is to let go. And I think that you already know this, and you're just going to keep, you know, feeling it more. I want to pull a Lenormand card here. I want to know what area of your life this energy is shifting most prominently, or just more about that, what's coming in the near future. Where is this energetic movement happening? Ooh. The heart and the ring is at the bottom. So there's something about like commitment here. And again, even if it's not romance, although it definitely could be for some of you with the heart there, it's something that you feel genuinely connected to from your heart space. So yes, you're giving up things to really simplify it, right? You're giving up things that stress you out and do not feel good, don't give back to you, don't see you, don't reflect you in the ways that you would like, but maybe drain you, or make you feel like obligated, or like you have to fulfill an expectation that you no longer desire to. You're trading that in for commitment and devotion to things that light you up and that touch your heart. But the heart talks about emotions and matters of the heart, feelings and affections, of joy, attraction, courage, passion. And then this does usually indicate the ring like a contract or a partnership, some sort of binding promise or a pledge to something. And it's just indicating again that what you're pledging to commit to is something that you are deeply connected to from the heart. And so this union or this engagement feels very strong. It feels tangible, consistent, grounded, solid, whatever you are partnering with here. And it's because of what's backing it, essentially. Okay, your advice being the Five of Wands in reverse and the Moon in reverse. I want to know more about that. There's a certain like clarity and what do I want to say? It's like a streamlined flow, and it's streamlined because it's simple, it's clear, it is not at conflict with itself. I feel like something is going to be very much clearing up for you, and your advice is to lean into that, to find any resistance or tension that you have surrounding moving away from certain things or just moving towards your passion and desire. Find the resistance points and clear that up. Try to relieve that resistance. Basically, you don't have to push yourself forwards with a lot of force and assertion here. It's unfolding naturally as you change your mind and open your heart. But find the places where you may have built resistance between you and the thing that you want. Become really clear about what fears, insecurities, doubts, wounds are tied to that. Whatever's creating that conflict or tension inside of you. And remove those barriers or hold space. Bring consciousness and light to those places. This feels like spooky season shadow work. That's what this feels like. This feels like your Scorpio, your Libra Scorpio season homework. But this is you, so it's like go deep within yourself and remove those self-imposed limitations by looking at whatever is causing them. Is there anything else you can tell me here about what might be revealed to Pisces to work on here or work through? There's a quote that's coming to mind, and it's by Anais Nin. She says something like, live out the confusion until it becomes clear. And it basically just means like, life is confusing. We don't always know everything. In fact, we always don't know everything. We know what we know, and it is what it is. And we can basically do the best with what we've got in any given moment and be present with that. And that is what living out the confusions is. Things become clear as you like move forwards. Life goes on, right? We move with it and things become clear one way or another if they're meant to. So there is a simplicity in that, but also witnessing what comes up for you, basically as those confusions are being worked through. And it's okay to be consciously open to the fact that those things will be coming up, and even to kind of like keep your eye out for them or actively seek them out. So yeah, part of it is just be open to the clarity that's coming through this natural process. But the other part is it wouldn't hurt to lean into that a little bit either. That is what I feel. So is there anything else about the advice before I let Pisces go? Okay. What does this say? So, okay. So this card says, if you're neutral in situations of injustice, you have chosen the side of the oppressor. Shots fired, shots fired. Yeah, you got to pick a side. You got to have a backbone. Otherwise, you're on the wrong side just by, just if you don't stand up for the right thing, you're on the side of the wrong thing just by not using the voice that you have to do the right thing, right? There do come times where neutrality is an answer, just like sometimes silence is an answer, right? So there's something here that you are being asked to stand up against, and there's an element of injustice to it. It feels like there's a clear right way for you to take a stand in whatever this is. So some of this resistance that's inside of you, you might actually have to stand up to it in order to do right by yourself. And some of that might be voices of people from the past that were projected onto you and internalized or personalized from relationships, from your perception of relationships. This is a lyric card. It says, am I going to get to love you? Are we going to make it real? You could have a belief that it could be a belief or a stress or anxiety that no one's ever going to actually meet you on your level, or no one has a heart like you, or no one ever has your same intentions, or level of devotion and loyalty, or whatever. It could be the belief that that doesn't exist for you that is actually creating some level of injustice or block or getting in your own way. This could also be like naysayers or people with opinions that you didn't ask for that you need to find a way to like basically politely tell them to fuck off, essentially, is what that's coming through as. Which, hey, some of life is just learning how to do that, let's be honest. This is interesting. It feels like something that you're going to see clearly here is tied to something that, again, that you have put a lot into in the past, and it feels like it's relationship tied to a relationship. Specifically, you putting a lot of effort in just to get to the point of someone allowing themselves to be loved by you, or you working to make something real, tangible, concrete. I'm also getting the energy of you maybe trying to prove something to someone, prove like that you are enough, or that your love is, I don't know, viable or real or true. The thing is that if people are going to have realizations about that, that depends on their own pride and their own willingness to be open and honest with themselves about the situation, and their capacity to love and be loved. It really doesn't have anything to do with you. So there's something about that that also wants to be worked through here. Those are the messages that came through for you, my beautiful fishy fam. I'm gonna leave it there. I love you so much. This looks like a beautiful journey unfolding ahead of you. I will talk to you guys again very soon, I'm sure. Until then, stay safe and stay well. Bye, Pisces.